Good morning, everybody. You know what? I'm gonna get that damn cobweb out of the way. There we go. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I haven't even had a chance to look at the comment section yet. I hope everybody's doing okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a good day. Got a lot to go through, so I guess best thing to do would be to just jump right into it because there is so much going on all at one time. I sent an invitation to Dave, tell him if he wants to come on because I see that he's been going crazy with posting there on Twitter, and I think that he's got some stuff there that everybody should be hearing. So we'll see if he responds to me here pretty soon. Okay. So let's start off. Let's get into my X feed. That's where we're going to start this morning. And let's go ahead and let's see how to get to mine. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Okay. I like this because it actually shows. Okay. Okay. I think I got it right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So first thing I got to do is kill my cam because it is sucking up way too much bandwidth here, and it's slowing my computer down. So, okay. All right. So let's get into this. Here we go. This should worry every single American. Butler County, Ohio Sheriff Richard Jones informs the media that he just recently came back from a conference in Washington, D.C., with FBI Director Christopher Wray. Christopher Wray has been quoted as saying it's not a matter of if, but when terror attack. In parentheses there, Sheriff Jones stated there are more red flags with illegals coming into the United States than even before 9/11. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are allegedly refusing to meet with the sheriff and police chief associations to work together to secure the southern border. Well, of course they are. They're traitors. It's that simple. What can you do? Let's take a listen to what the sheriff has to say.
We'll start it out with, my name is Rick Jones. I'm the Butler County Sheriff, Butler County, Ohio. I just came back from a National Sheriff's training in D.C. 2 days ago. We were briefed by the FBI Director, Wray, the Director of the FBI, and several federal agencies. There's 3,300 sheriffs in the United States. The President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs of the 3,300. We have a hierarchy. We have a president. We have a vice president. President of the United States refuses to meet with the sheriffs. He also refuses to meet with the police chiefs of the United States. They have a hierarchy also. He refuses to meet with them to talk about border issues or talk about crime that's going on because of the border issue. We were also told by Mr. Wray, the FBI Director, that there are more red flags going off now than before 9/11. Okay? When I say red flags, meaning people that are here in this country that are wanting to do harm to us. We were also explained we're bombing 2 countries right now. 2 countries. These people do not like us before this started. There's thousands of people here from other countries, 160 different countries. They're here not to be our friends. Some of them are coming because they're wanting to come here to the best country in the world, the way we see it. Some are coming here to do harm to us. And we were told by the FBI Director, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We were also told 5 sheriffs went.
Okay, so the question we have to ask ourselves is when, as when do we as citizens have a right to defend ourselves and to defend our communities? I don't think that right was ever taken away from us. We just need to exercise it. All right, Jason Q put this out this morning. I thought that this was kind of interesting about how these guys admitted that they have basically broken down and bankrupted so many countries around the world, and about how the U.S. is next. Take a listen.
The whole new world. The question is, will it ever go back again, or that's it? Hashem is finished this place. Because remember, every empire was an empire for X amount of time. Usually, if you check history, 200 and change years, 200 years and change. And America is already 200 years. That's it. Once the end comes, Iran used to be an empire in the time of the Shah. Russia was an empire. They're starving there, most people today. Germany was an empire. It's a regular country now. The Greeks used to be an empire. They bankrupt small, tiny country. Spain used to be a massive empire. They're bankrupt. They're begging people to come and take a Spanish passport that should pay $5,000. You know, Spain and Portugal, they both bankrupt. Philistines are not exist. England used to be occupied half of the world. Who is England? Terrible economy. So every one of these empires go one by one, nothing left from them. Same thing America. Why empire rise and collapse? Every once in a while, new empire dominant the world. It all connects to the Jews.
Yep. I guess they just tell you, right? They just tell you. Breaking: Rose City Antifa is now blocking the road outside the United States Supreme Court with a removed Trump banner. Capitol Police is there. And of course, they are just allowing Antifa to block the road. Insurrection?
Blocking the road. Hey, Antifa, why are you blocking the road? It's illegal. Is this an insurrection? Why are you guys committing an insurrection?
All right, now hold it up here.
You don't know what Punch Nazis, that's nice.
Nobody got hurt carrying the banner out. Nobody got killed. On January 6th. No one defecated on the desk. Yeah. Yeah. The Supreme Court must remove Trump from the North. Trump is a traitor. Trump is a traitor.
You know, there's going to be a special place in hell for these people. But the hell that they are basically putting themselves in the forefront for are going to be, yeah. It's, yeah. Buffering, okay. So I'm going to, I'm going to pull your comment up here because it is a good comment. Okay. He says, I quit watching Jason on his beliefs on Bible. Yet I like listening to him. Yeah. This is the thing, is that he has brought a lot of really good, solid information in regards to what they have done to the Bible to the forefront, that's just, I listen to him because of the fact that he's probably one of the most thorough researchers out of every Anon out there. Okay. And the guy's got document upon document upon document for backing it up. He comes with receipts, okay. So the word Jew, although it is in our Bibles, okay, was never actually in our Bibles. That was one of the words that, that was inserted, both between the Geneva and the King James Version. The word Jew has only been around for about 500 years. You know, it was the Khazarians were not called Jews. The Khazarians were the basis for the Sanhedrin. They dominated the Sanhedrin before the time of Christ, and that's why they, it's even Jeremiah. You think about Jeremiah. He was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 1,000 years before Christ. And, Jeremiah had gone to the temple and told him that God, God wanted mercy, not sacrifice. Right. And what did they do? They threw him out of the temple. And then when he continued to preach his message, from God, that he was then driven out of Jerusalem and told if he ever returned that they would kill him. But he kept coming back anyways, But the word Jew was established about 560, 570 years ago, somewhere around there. It's going to be interesting to see what the original interpretation of the Bible will tell us, and I have a feeling that is coming. I believe that is coming, and I think that we're going to see Bibles from like the 1000 period instead of proper translations and everything. And we're going to learn a lot about the manipulation of it, and this is the thing is, it says in the Bible, those who manipulate his word will be punished. It doesn't say that man won't change it. Okay. Because if it said that, then basically that would have meant that there was some type of divine power wrapped around the book that would have stopped people from being able to do that. But the thing is that through wars, it's he who wins the war writes the history, correct? And both past and future. So the manipulation and the altered translations of things are going to become more and more apparent to everybody. That doesn't mean that our belief in Christ and our belief in God should change. It just means that we need to get back to the true word. Now, it's kind of funny that you actually made that comment, because Auntie was asking me about the Ethiopian Bible just before we came live. And I was telling her that one of the things about the Ethiopian Bible was that they refused to have their Bible adulterated in the time of King James. There was actually a big war that centered around that, because the Rome did not want the story of the Maccabees becoming public knowledge, and the revolt of the Maccabees, and the Maccabees was before the time of Christ. As a matter of fact, the relationship between Roman soldiers and the 12 disciples, there was a certain hatred that came from the Roman soldiers because of the War of the Maccabees. Until everything is put out there in a way to show where the adulterations came in, then there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot. I believe that Enoch should be in the Bible. I think that there is, I believe that the apothecary should be in the Bible. I believe that the book of the Maccabees should be in the Bible. I think the book of Jasher and others should also be in the Bible. But the thing is that Melissa's, somebody sent me. I'm not sure who sent them to me because, like I said, when I get packages, it doesn't always have the sender's name on them. But they sent me all three of Melissa Red Pill's books. The where do I got them at? End Times, Major Clues for Minor Prophets. It's Major Clues for Minor Prophets, 1,000 Years of Peace, and the 17 Bible stories happening before our eyes. Are the three books that I received out of the four that she produced. Whoever sent them to me, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I actually started reading the Major Clues for Minor Prophets. And the main reason is Jeremiah is one of those considered minor prophets. He wasn't considered a prophet like Isaiah or even John. John was considered a prophet, but John wasn't considered a prophet for by the people for about 100 years after the death of Christ. But Christ said that he was the greatest of all prophets. In the book of Isaiah, it explained what was going to happen, and the Jewish people or the Israelites, I should say, didn't want to recognize that the Christ that was coming was not, in fact, one who was going to start a world war to free them. It was that's what they were upset about. That's what the Sanhedrin was angry about, was the fact that this Christ who stood in front of them wasn't going to take down the Roman Empire, instead he came with a message of peace, a message of love, a message of repentance, and a message of this is how you get to God, and they didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. Okay. But the Sanhedrin at that time were the Khazarians. Okay. They continued with their sacrifices even after from the time of Jeremiah all the way through the time of Christ and afterwards. But if you ever go into the story and see what happened to the Sanhedrin who convicted and had him crucified, you will be amazed at what happened to them. I'm trying to. Caiaphas had a very tragic and painful death. Ananan, who was his second, also suffered a very brutal and horrific death. The Sanhedrin started to, at that point, dissipate in some ways. But it took another 600 years for them to be totally gone. But at that point that's when the Jews went to Rome and hooked up with the Pope, gave him all kinds of trinkets and scriptures and scrolls and books that had been written, and basically began their infiltration through the Borgia Pope. Okay, Pope Alexander. When you go through all of that, you begin to realize that, whoa, wait a minute here. Okay, I see how, I see how they manipulated the Pope and how they got the Pope to do exactly what they wanted. The only people who don't pay taxes still to this day in Italy or in Rome are the Jews. They pay no taxes. For the gifts that they gave to the Vatican, the Spear of Longinus and all these other things, they pay no taxes. They pay no taxes, but every other person's got to pay tax. Every person. Yep. It's kind of crazy. But all right, let's go ahead and keep going. Owen Schroyer, full interview. Owen Schroyer goes on Russian television, angering the deep state and sending leftists into fits of rage. I'm going to play this whole thing. There is a clip of just where they talk about Tucker Carlson, but I think that the whole interview has got quite a few points to it that I think that people should see and understand. This isn't just about Tucker's interview. It's really spilling the beans about how the administration and the manipulation that's going on, and how they have manipulated the news they've manipulated the American people through their propaganda news and everything else, because basically what we've been accusing Russia of since the 1950s, okay, is that propaganda has been the center point of all Russian TV to keep the Russian people under control, when in all actuality, that's exactly what was happening here in the United States. It was 100% of what was happening here in the United States from the late 1950s all the way through until today. And this is so I found this interview very interesting. I'm looking forward to the Tucker interview tonight at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is a very dangerous time. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm hoping that Dave does pop on today, because I know that he is correlating a whole lot of this stuff, and I'd really like to see his viewpoints and where his digs are taking him in regards to this. So, but let's take a listen. Owen Schroyer.
Whatever time is it now in States, it's probably late night, so probably you must be extremely tired after a long working day, and here you come. Yet another Russian guy trying to find out what's happening in States.
One thing that Russians and Americans have in common is we never run out of energy. See,
well,
so there's a lot of things we have in common. We never run out of energy.
Yeah, thanks to natural resources as well.
Natural resource.
Exactly, yeah. Nuclear power in every heart of our guy. Okay, so why is such a big deal, Tucker Carlson? Why it's so important that right now it's number one news all over the world, and the interview hasn't even been recorded yet? Why such a big deal that even White House has to make a comment on, oh, no, we're not trying to interfere. No, we don't know what Tucker Carlson is talking about. Why it's such a big news?
So what you have is a very corrupt establishment legacy media in the United States of America. And what they want to be able to do is control the narrative when it comes to Russia, when it comes to Vladimir Putin, and when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And so what they're afraid of is that Tucker Carlson is going to go over there, conduct a fair interview, and that the American people are going to hear things from Vladimir Putin that they've never heard before. The American media does a really good job of making sure that the American people don't ever hear what Vladimir Putin has to say. That way they have control over his character as far as the American people are concerned, his personality as far as the American people are concerned, and what Putin represents as far as the American people are concerned. And that could all be thrown out the window with one simple interview by Tucker Carlson. Now, let's be fair here. Tucker Carlson is not the first member of the American media to interview Vladimir Putin. They have had Barbara Walters interview Putin. We have had Charlie Rose interview Putin. And we've also had former American presidents and diplomats come and meet with Putin, from Bush to Clinton. So it's not some sort of strange thing for Putin to have relations with Americans. Even Donald Trump and Putin had a good relationship. But they're panicked about Tucker Carlson because right now in America, he is the most trusted man in news. He is the most trusted journalist in news as far as every spectrum, every corner, every political ideology. He is the most respected and he is the most trusted. And so this interview is going to get 200, 300, maybe 500 million views around the world, probably on one platform alone, and that's X, formerly known as Twitter. So the American legacy media is panicked that the American people might hear from Vladimir Putin. And now all of a sudden, all the propaganda that they've heard about Russia and Putin and the war in Ukraine can be completely out the window. And that,
Okay, so think about what he was just saying there. So you think about the platform X and the exposure that it has right now. How many countries are actually have full access now? How many anons have been able to return to X, whether it is recovering their old accounts or being able to start new accounts, right? Okay. And you think about that, and you think that if one person watches it, so say I watch it, okay, but I have 250 followers, okay, then that means that my 250 followers are now going to be informed, okay? So that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of that interview going viral and everybody learning everything. And the thing is that Russia, or I should say Putin, is not under any type of contract that says that he cannot spill the beans in regards to those labs in Ukraine. Okay. So we already got some verification because, through senatorial hearings, Newland was constantly asked in regards to about those labs. It was Senator Tom Cotton, said to her, he says, do we have labs there? And she said, no. Okay. Well, then the next time she comes in, do we have labs there? Yes, but they're not, they're just research facilities. And then the next time it became something more, and then it became something more, and then it became something more. Now we know that they've been using these things in order to produce biological weapons to use against the world population. And Putin's going to be able to lay all this evidence out in front of everybody. And the thing is I have a feeling that it's not just going to be a conversation. I believe that there are going to be a bunch of receipts laid out at the same time. And that is what is going to begin to awaken another part of the people. Now, when I was talking to Dave the other day, I said to him, I said, Dave, I said, we're pretty much at a point right now where we don't get to wake people up anymore. Okay. Right now, what we have to do is keep the lions roused. Okay. So every person who has gone through the awakening and is researching and learning everything. Okay. Our job is no longer to educate those who are not awake yet. Our job is to keep the lions filled with more information, okay, so that they have more weapons in which to fight with, okay. Basically, we're sharpening the claws of the lions, okay, and putting armor upon them. It's John. It's John is correct. The old Putin was a bad guy. He was a mobster. The original Putin was a mobster. The new Putin is an actor, absolutely. But the thing is it doesn't mean that he doesn't have information. That's where the key is here, is that the information that the old Putin would never have shared is being shared. And it's basically, we're seeing this. We just have to understand that, through the spectrum and the viewpoint in which we're looking, that we're seeing the entirety of the picture and what can come of it. Now, there's no guarantee, of how much content is going to come out, but I believe that this is going to be very okay. Easy way to look at it is, I think he's going to be the first public official to say that's not Joe Biden. Think about that. It's I think that's going to be a big thing, because so many people just want to believe that that's the old Joe Biden. That's the old Joe Biden that was with Obama and everything else. No. And I think he's going to also release information about Obama that nobody has known about. And it's going to become something that is going to be a topic that's going to come to the forefront. So I see I see this going in a lot of different ways.
Really scares them. Not just that their narrative will collapse and potentially their war will collapse, but also that, hey, maybe people won't trust them anymore, which is long overdue.
Is it treason to talk to Vladimir Putin? Because according to some of the comments from former American officials, it's, the question is whether Tucker Carlson will be ever allowed back to the United States. Will they try to destroy his passport, to withdraw his citizenship, as once been done with Robert Fisher, world-known chess master? Will they try to do whatever they can to stop the interview? Will they? There is not even such thing that we cannot imagine of what they can go to stop Tucker Carlson. Really, because Tucker was I won't say that he was scared, but he was concerned, even whether he'll be able to survive the idea of coming into Moscow. Because those guys, it can be anything. I do remember when the former First Lady and then State Secretary Clinton was saying that, we had this idea of taking out Julian Assange with the FPV drone when he was in London. They can assassinate Tucker Carlson. There are no limits of the fight against truth.
Well, I think Tucker understands what he's dealing with, and that's why he took months to really decide and arrange this interview. It's my understanding that the interview has already been recorded. I know Tucker's people well enough to know that they're going to make sure that this recorded interview is safeguarded no matter what. We're praying for Tucker Carlson's safe return to the United States. He might be safer taking a dog sled team across and through Alaska than flying. But I think that when he lands safely, there'll be a lot of people taking a deep breath and a sigh of relief. But yeah, no doubt, we know how corrupt things are. And these psychotic leaders that call for the assassination of Assange or any other crazy things the warmongers in the West call for. I just hope that Russians and other people around the world even understand that these people do not represent us. They might get into office maybe illegitimately, but they do not represent the American people. The American people are sick of these wars. The American people actually like Julian Assange for exposing a lot of the corruption in our government and the wars that we've launched and the lies.
Okay, real quick, I want to make a comment on this. Mary Daniels, it was called the Smith Modernization Act. It was signed into the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. It wasn't an executive order. It was included in the NDAA. So through that, gave the news outlets all the permissions necessary in order to promote propaganda, to spew propaganda, to lie to the American people, and gave them protections so that they cannot be prosecuted for doing such. Back to it.
That have been told to launch them. So I hope that the world understands these psychotic, and I mean truly psychotic, deranged leaders that we have in America. I hope the world understands they don't represent the American people. They don't represent what we stand for. And we're just as embarrassed and ashamed and sick of them as many people around the world are.
Is there any chance for American people to raise their voice, to be heard outside of the world? Because whom we hear all the time is Biden. Well, and with all due respect to the American people that elected this president, but now when we look at him, it's painful. This old guy suffers from a whole bunch of diseases. And I feel like, why do they have to torture him?
And Chessboard, you're correct. The money for the Tucker assassination was put up by Zelensky. And that, from my understanding, the dollar value on that is somewhere around $5 million to $10 million U.S. currency for the assassination of Tucker Carlson. Absolutely correct.
Let him get back to his house, to his wife, to his loving family, and enjoy the autumn of his life. Why does he have to humiliate himself in front of the whole world? Plus, it's scary. Nuclear weapon is still there. A whole bunch of wars going on. In a couple of days, we can see the end of this world as we know it. We can be involved in awful fight against one another. US Army may be fighting Russian soldiers. Actually, there are more than 400 Americans who were killed during this war conflict in Ukraine. We have to evaluate. We have to calculate whatever chances are that the whole world will survive through the last months of the presidency of Biden. It's dangerous.
Well, as Putin has said, your president has told the truth, and the majority of Americans now believe this, that Joe Biden only won because of massive voter fraud, and specifically, as again, President Putin once said, mail-in voter fraud. Now, there's all kinds of types of voter fraud that happens in the United States. It's very well documented. Some members of the American media, like myself, are willing to call it out. Others still live in denial. But as far as the perception of Biden is concerned amongst the American people, it's not just that he is an illegitimate president, as now the majority of Americans now believe that there was some sort and form of election fraud that got him into office. But we also have a similar view that, is Joe Biden even really running anything? The only thing that Joe Biden might be running is the poop that goes down his leg, because he can't even control his own bowels. It's rumored that he has to wear diapers around, and that's why he walks with stick legs, because he can't even control his own bowel movements. And I don't think anybody would really be surprised with that. And look, we don't want to make fun of an old man in his twilight. That's not what this is about. This is just about being real about the situation we're in. Every time Joe Biden gives a public speech, he slurs his words, he fumbles his words. Many times he seems to forget even where he is at. He needs help getting off stages and platforms. He's fallen down on multiple occasions even. And so this is a serious concern. Again, you'd think that his family would want to protect him from what is happening, but apparently they're going to run him again. The truth is, I think this shows actually how sick the whole family is. I think the whole family is power hungry and money hungry. They know that Joe Biden is selling political favors all around the world, and his whole family is profiting off of it. We have seen this in congressional investigations that have happened here in the United States of America. But I'll tell you the most dangerous aspect of Joe Biden right now, and that's that if the American deep state and the current positions of power, it might be the Democrats right now, but it's a uniparty. We'll call it the deep state. If they view Joe Biden as a lame duck president, that means that essentially there's about 270 days until the American presidential election. That means the next 270 days are really the most dangerous times in American history, because they'll commit all kinds of evil in the name of Joe Biden, knowing he's a lame duck president, knowing that he's really not going to run again or not going to win again. So destroying his reputation is completely meaningless. Destroying his presidency is completely meaningless, because he's going to be out in just a short year. So if that's how they view Joe Biden, which I think is a very realistic thing, then yeah, we could be in some seriously dangerous times. And with all the weapons and all the money this administration is flushing into multiple regions of the world, 3 regions to be specific, the Middle East, Ukraine, and now the South China Sea. I mean, this is just a powder keg. This is truly a geopolitical powder keg. And at this point, I think we're fortunate that cooler heads have prevailed from other positions of world leadership, because certainly the American leadership is psychotic, from Joe Biden to Victoria Nuland to Anthony Mayorkas to the liberal media on television. I hope we can get through this with peace. I hope that we can get through this with some form of stability for the next year. But if they view Joe Biden as a lame duck president, then they could be willing to commit all sorts of atrocities in his name, knowing the damage done to his reputation and presidency is completely meaningless.
Actually, with Anthony Mayorkas, who miraculously survives yesterday, or actually it's still today in the United States, I was very surprised to find out that, wow, he's Jewish. Well, I'm Jewish myself, but suddenly it turned out that he's one of the survivors, his family is survivors of the Holocaust. And so now, with whatever crisis there is in Texas, you have no right to criticize him because he's Jewish and his father survived Holocaust. Wow, at the same time, United States supporting Ukrainian Nazis, they're supporting Nazis in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And it's okay, for Jews in White House, and I'm allowed to say that because I'm Jew myself, Jews in White House like Vicky Nuland, like Blinken, they go to Kiev and they're willing to give $60 billion to those guys that actually glorify Nazis. Well, yeah, Zelensky was born from a Jewish father and Jewish mother, but he's definitely has nothing to do with Judaism. And he said it many times. And, he worshipped Bandera, who is one of the worst killers of Jewish people in the history of Jewish people. And other Jews are giving him money for that purpose. How come? And now Mayorkas is also Jew. Is it possible to find anyone who won't be playing this Jewish card?
Well, I think a lot of Americans are actually surprised right now to find out how many people in positions of leadership, unelected, by the way, are Jewish. In fact, the entire Biden administration is essentially made up of all Jewish individuals. And I think this is surprising a lot of people. But, I wonder, because we have this thing in America, it's like the victim economy. And so it's constantly people play the victim. And I feel like it's not even fair to call them Jewish, because I feel like they just hide behind that as like, oh, if you dare come after me, well, then I'm a victim, and now you're an anti-Semite. It feels just like a cloak that they like to hide behind, because like you said, if they actually cared about the history of Jewish people and their struggle, well, then they certainly wouldn't be providing any support to the Azov battalion in Ukraine. They certainly wouldn't be supporting Justin Trudeau in Canada, inviting Nazis, literal Nazi soldiers, SS fighters, to their parliament.
Name, yeah.
And so they wouldn't be doing this. But I think what's really behind this is that they're just laundering money. They're just laundering weapons. Ukraine is a vassal state of the Western military-industrial complex. I think Putin is well aware of this. And so I think that that's really what's going on here. And, I got to say, because your producer mentioned this, and I had this coming in, Texans aren't dead yet, okay? There's still plenty of Texans out here, all right? We still want to protect this country. We still like guns and freedom, and we're going to protect this country, even if we have to go against
our cowboy boots. Not only the hat, but also cowboy boots.
I put my cowboy boots up on the desk right now, but I don't want to.
That will be extremely Texican, at least in Russian ideas of what Texas is about. But Texas, well, definitely is not dead. The state of Lonely Star.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet. And it seems like we're going to have to lead the charge in protecting our border, which is just, it's just asinine. And this is another thing that the American people are dealing with. The Biden administration is, it's not even up for debate. They're claiming that Israel's borders are more important than ours and Ukraine's borders are more important than ours. And those are just two nation states. They've also paid for walls in Kazakhstan and Afghanistan and other countries around the world. But those are the ones that get the tens of billions and hundreds of billions. Why is it that our government tells we, the people in the United States of America, that we have to protect Ukraine's borders and Israel's borders? And this latest bill that they proposed, they said, well, the American border can take 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. Okay, what if we proposed a bill that said Ukraine can take 5,000 Russians over the border a day? Do you think they would take that? Ukraine can take 5 members of Hamas over their border every day. Do you think they would support that? Of course they wouldn't. Why do the American people have to take it? It's a sad state of affairs how corrupted our government is. I hope for the sake of the world, the American people can save this country politically. I think that getting Trump back in office is the first step to that. And hopefully getting Congress members in as well that actually care about this country and will follow through on their promises to the American people, like impeaching Mayorkas instead of saving his hide, even though he facilitated the largest invasion actually in the history of the world. It's well documented. The largest invasion in the history of the world used to be Operation Barbarossa. Well, this has now beat Operation Barbarossa, I believe. 10 million people have invaded the United States of America under Joe Biden's watch. That is the record for the invasion in the history of the world.
Why? What's the purpose? To get more Democratic voters? To give them all passports and a chance to vote? But Biden doesn't need a vote. He has dead men vote. You know, dead life matters. Dead people have a right to vote. Look at his poll list, you know. Whomever is dead in the United States already voted for Joe Biden, according to the United States Mail Service.
I think there's multiple agendas at play here. I think that the obvious one is for political reasons, in that immediately during the next census, all of these illegal immigrants will count towards the population. And the way the American electoral system works is each state gets what's called electoral votes. And the higher the population of your state, the more electoral votes you get towards electing the president. So when they flood these blue states, Democrat states like California, Illinois, and New York with illegal immigrants, they increase their electoral votes. And so that gets applied towards the final vote for the presidency. And when you can increase and inflate your numbers synthetically like that, you certainly have an immediate impact in what will likely be the 2028 presidential election. Now, there are instances where non-citizens and illegal immigrants can vote. At the current time, those are in local jurisdictions. It's rare, but it does happen. There are moves to get illegal immigrants able to vote nationwide and in other elections. You know, there's also the industry that it represents. Illegal immigration is $100 billion plus a year industry. So you got to remember that the NGOs that fund this, the charitable groups that fund this. In fact, in the last bill, it was proposed that they're going to get, I believe the number was $2.3 billion.
Oh, wow.
It might have even been more than that, but I believe it was $2.3 billion. So that's money going to people. The hotels are all full because the illegal immigrants. So the hotel owners love it. They don't have to worry about their vacancies because they're all filled up by illegal immigrants. And so there's all kinds of money involved in this. And then, you know, for whatever reason, and this might be kind of the more controversial thing, but the data doesn't lie, there is a cultural and demographic replacement going on in the United States of America. The data doesn't lie. And this isn't to sit here and talk about race or identity politics. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. America used to be a majority white country, and it soon will not be. And the left always says demographics is destiny. They know these people are going to live off the welfare state. They know they are the party of the welfare state. So it always goes back to politics, and it always goes back to money. And I think that those are the simple answers to this. There might be some other more complex, sorted answers, like the human trafficking element of it, the sneaking in of potential military groups in it as well, spies, all kinds of other individuals. But overall, I think the larger play is money, politics. And then, you know, when you get 2 million people coming in the border every year, there's 100 different things that can be going on.
Thank you so much. It was definitely a pleasure, and thank you for your time. And long live Texas. Owen Schroeder.
And long live Russia.
Cool. Owen Schroeder был у нас в эфире. Большое спасибо.
All right. So, that's why I wanted to play that whole interview, because there were many little pebbles there dropped for everybody to pick up, and Debbie Montgomery says, isn't it against the law for illegals to vote? Well, if the Democrats have anything to do with it, it won't be illegal for them to vote. They're doing everything that they can in order to to destroy as much as they can. I want to get into this SG Anon post. It's the Hawaiian Supreme Court has issued a ruling holding that there is no right to bear arms in Hawaii, and any resident may be imprisoned for carrying one. The court also cites foreign laws and Hawaii's laws when it was still an independent kingdom. The court wrote, as the world turns, it makes no sense for a society to pledge allegiance to the founding era's culture, realities, laws, and understanding of the Constitution. Basically, basically stating that Hawaiians really don't have any rights, that the Constitution doesn't apply to Hawaiians. We have many friends there, Steve Harloa and his wife, and many others as well. So this is definitely going to be an interesting thing. Shadow of Ezra put out this morning, NFL announcer Joe Buck has come out and said he has no desire to be in Las Vegas this weekend because he feels something bad is coming. Is the announcer with the name Buck announcing another Buck Pass event, as they did with 9/11? False flag and buck passing mean the same thing. Do it yourself and blame somebody else. So he announced NFL announcer Joe Buck predicts bad story will come out of Super Bowl, whatever number that is. It won't stay in Vegas. And I think he's 100% correct in that. I think that we're going to see something come out of the Super Bowl. Will I be watching it? No. Will I waste my time with it? No. Casey Linay says you need to hear this before the Tucker Carlson interview. Start questioning the narrative. Who is upset about Tucker's interview? The left. Who is excited about Tucker's interview? Conservatives. Who does she refer to as Russians' belief as smart Americans? The ones excited about Carlson's interview, aka conservatives. Question. I will let you answer either in the comments or on your own. Who works the hardest to brainwash Americans? Who makes Hollywood films that dictate propaganda? Who narrates the mainstream media as a whole? Who is holding American government hostage? Like, bookmark, repost, quote. Do whatever you have to do to spread this where you can. I found her in the deep, dark depths of the internet. Let's take a listen.
Tucker Carlson is having a time of his life visiting Russia, as he should be. Personally, I think Americans should be very excited about this upcoming interview because, Putin is one of the most heavily censored politicians, and dare I say one of the smartest politicians in the world. And also, U.S. government always uses him as a boogeyman to kind of scare Americans into submission to go along with whatever their agenda against Russia is. I was definitely very unpleasantly surprised how many negative comments were out there about this upcoming interview. Obviously, the smartest portion of the U.S. masses are very excited, and not so smart part of the U.S. public, already exhibiting all this negativity toward Tucker, saying, "Oh, he's not even a real journalist. He was fired from Fox News." Like, Fox News is just such a beacon of truth. In fact, every other social mainstream media is nothing but one big fat lie. It is pretty indisputable fact that people in US are one of the most, maybe even the most brainwashed, heavily brainwashed and sheltered nations in the world. And I have to be frank here and say that I kind of fell for US propaganda myself after I moved to US. And I had to kind of yank myself out of this swamp of disinformation because, at some point, just none of this was making sense to me. And one of the closest things I can compare US propaganda against Russia is this wonderful movie, Rocky. I think it was Rocky Part 2, where they had Ivan Drago. And this is exactly how Americans think of Russians. I remember when my dad used to watch this movie, obviously, Rocky was always portrayed as this, beacon of justice, fighting, this bad Russian guy. And obviously, naturally, you will side with protagonist who is nice, and Americans were always nice in the movies, and Russians were always bad. And I wasn't thinking about it that way. Obviously, as a teenager, I was just always, with the good guys. And what's interesting is when the Soviet Union collapsed, we had this crazy influx of Western influence in form of movies, music, and you name it. And for those who don't know, the Soviet Union collapsed because Gorbachev and Yeltsin sold us out to the West. Our newly emerged oligarchs who were financing and sponsoring Yeltsin's presidential campaign, they were also miraculously dual citizens of US, Canada, England, and the country we're not allowed to criticize. So needless to say, our whole country, and especially our government, was infiltrated by the Western influence. Our policies were changing left and right. Our education system was changing. So we were influenced within our country with Western propaganda materials to hate our own country. And I have to tell you, they were very successful at it because a lot of people were moving from Russia. They were immigrating to US, Canada, and Europe. And that only made me think that if someone like me who lived through all these times, when I came to US and I still, fell for this propaganda, then Americans just don't stand a chance. You know what's interesting? No matter every time you turn on any major news outlet and they talk about Russia, we never say anything factual. It's always very one-sided, very biased, very mockerish, sarcastic. It's like mainstream media already kind of chewed it all for you, and then they're giving it to the American public to swallow. Here, don't think for yourself. That's how low they think of American public, that Americans cannot think for themselves, and rightfully so. A lot of Americans really can't, because years of heavy propaganda. Say no more. Russia, bad. Putin, dictator. Right now, with all these sanctions, unfortunately, all the major Russian news outlets have been sanctioned here in US. So I have to go to Telegram and some other news outlets to kind of search the truth. So anyway, when I watch Russian news right now, it's always very monotonous, I would say. It's always like, yeah, this and that happened in Russia, Donald Trump this, Biden this, Republicans this, Democrats this. It's kind of very unbiased. And obviously, I'm sure that's the way they kind of train to do that, which I think is the right way to do. Basically, it seems like Russian news always kind of leaving that option of creating your own opinion. Regardless of what's happening in US, I did immigrated here and I did build a beautiful life for myself. And in a way, I feel patriotic living here, and I also feel patriotic about Russia because it's the country that, gave me my start in life. And I'm hoping that, after US will be taken out of this hostage situation, because it's pretty clear that somebody's holding this government in hostages, that this whole atrocious propaganda against Russia will be put behind, and Americans will able to travel, hopefully, and to Russia and create their own opinion.
Yeah. A lot of truth to what she says. Absolutely. Okay.
The best way to gain control of the most intelligent, powerful species on the planet would be to completely divide them from the love within themselves. As soon as they are old enough to begin creating an understanding of who they are, force them into a system that teaches them that it is wrong to be yourself if yourself is different from what is accepted as normal. Confuse them about their own biological makeup so that they think that permanently altering their body is the answer to happiness. Require their daily attendance at an institution that makes them focus only on the information that is provided. Make them attend that institution from age 5 until an adult and repeatedly test them on the information so that it becomes their truth. Give them an explanation to everything so that they never have a chance to make their own assumptions of the world. Scold them and humiliate them if they suggest an opinion that opposes that of their authorities. Keep reminding them of how cruel their ancestors were to each other in the past and broadcast how cruel they are to each other in the present. Only show them tragedies on the news so that they live in fear and think the worst of one another. Convince them that their species used to be that of an incognizant wild animal. Make them think that their very existence is so incredibly random that they lack purpose and struggle to make sense of a creator. Tell them that their kind is as smart as they've ever been so that they don't question the integrity of the system that they're in. Provide them idols with artificial beauty and use them as examples of what it is to look perfect so that they are never content with their own appearance and can't help but to compare themselves amongst each other. Create addictive digital platforms that rank them by numbers so that they base their self-worth off of the amount of followers that they have and are never satisfied. Build a society around them in which those who have money benefit and those who don't fail. Make money their main focus, but make it so difficult to accumulate that they remain in a place of constant struggle, forced to dedicate the majority of their time to the system that made it this way. Tax them in every way possible, but tell them that it's for their own benefit so that they don't think twice about paying it. Take so much of their time and energy throughout the week, but give them 2 days to themselves so that they feel a sense of reward and don't fight back. Promote the consumption of poison in every social setting so that even on those 2 days, they remain disconnected from themselves and each other. Pump their food with excess sugars and addictive chemicals, but make it cheap, advertised, and easily accessible so that they never stop consuming. When their food makes them ill, prescribe them medication that only masks the symptoms so that they become dependent on it every day. Charge them so much money for healthcare so that they stay in a constant loop of consuming, medicating, and working. Cause chaos amongst them and blame it on a group of their own so that they form judgmental stereotypes. Turn them against each other in so many ways so that even if they were to connect on one, they would still be divided by another.
I don't think it can get any clearer. Nope. This one I thought was interesting.
Banks
the money
loan
then
you
returned back to the
your
same
own
person
money
as a loan,
and
which the alleged
also
borrower repays
charge you
when the
interest.
bank never came up with any of its own money to obtain the promissory note. Am I hearing this right? I give you the equivalent of $200,000. You return the funds back to me, and I have to repay you $200,000 plus interest. Do you think I'm stupid?
All the banks are doing this. Congress allows this.
Does Congress allow the banks to breach written agreements, use false and misleading advertising, act without written permission, authorization, and without the alleged borrower's knowledge to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then return it back as a loan?
But the borrower got a check in the house.
Is it true the actual cash value that was used to fund the bank loan check came directly from the borrower and that the bank received the funds from the alleged borrower for free?
This is true.
Is it the bank's policy to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then keep the funds as the bank's property, which they then loan out as bank loans as if they actually owned it and loaned their own money?
Yes.
Was it the bank's intent to receive actual cash value from the borrower and return the value of the funds back to the borrower as a loan?
Yes.
Do you believe that it was the borrower's intent to fund his own bank loan check?
I was not there at the time, and I cannot know what went through the borrower's mind.
So if a lender loaned a borrower $10,000 and the borrower refused to repay the money, do you believe the lender is damaged?
If a loan is not repaid, the lender is damaged.
So is it the bank policy to take actual cash value from the borrower, use it to fund the bank loan check, and never return the actual cash value to the borrower?
The bank returns the funds.
Was the actual cash value the bank received from the alleged borrower returned as a return of the money the bank took, or was it returned as a bank loan to the borrower?
As a loan.
So how did the bank get the borrower's money for free?
That's how it works.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Well, we've been talking about this for a couple of years now, right? Yep. Things are going to become more and more clear, more and more clear, and more and more clear.
The lead up to this Tucker Carlson Putin interview just keeps getting better and better. Owen Schroyer was just invited onto a Russian television station to talk about why the White House and the powers that be in America are so afraid of Tucker Carlson interviewing Putin. And he sums it up absolutely perfectly in less than 2 minutes. Take a look.
Okay, so why is such a big deal, Tucker Carlson? Why it's so important that right now it's #1 news all over the world, and the interview hasn't even been recorded yet? Why is such a big deal that even White House has to make a comment on? Oh no, we're not trying to interfere. No, we don't know what Tucker Carlson is talking about. Why it's such a big news?
So what you have is a very corrupt establishment legacy media in the United States of America. And what they want to be able to do is control the narrative when it comes to Russia, when it comes to Vladimir Putin, and when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And so what they're afraid of is that Tucker Carlson is going to go over there, conduct a fair interview, and that the American people are going to hear things from Vladimir Putin that they've never heard before. The American media does a really good job of making sure that the American people don't ever hear what Vladimir Putin has to say. That way, they have control over his character as far as the American people are concerned, his personality as far as the American people are concerned, and what Putin represents as far as the American people are concerned. And that could all be thrown out the window with one simple interview by Tucker Carlson.
I meant to actually play that one before I played the entirety of the interview, but I didn't get into it. This one here, Dave is covering the puppy show, Super Bowl puppy show, so on and so forth. I was hoping he'd come on so that he can give us a breakdown on that, but I have not heard back from him yet. This one here I thought was very interesting, and you guys remember how I was talking to you, a couple years ago, back when I was able to produce hemp here, about building materials with hemp, making hemp blocks and everything to build homes with. It's self-insulating, so on and so forth. It's the longevity of a house can be 100 or more years without a hitch. Builds a more stable foundation, everything all the way down the line. I thought that this was very interesting. I wanted to share it with you guys.
When copper insulated our homes, insulated our plumbing, all of that, it blocks EMFs. It's the same thing that hemp's frequency does. Their EMF, their silent weapons, cannot be used in an environment dominated by hemp. We talked about.
I didn't know that part.
Oh, that's why these hemp homes
So can you
are.
imagine a hemp house?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
I think most of the buyers now of like hemp homes that are there, they want to do it for the environment. And then again, they're not connecting that we are our environment. So
yes,
if my home is built out of hemp too, what is that protecting me from? What, if your endocannabinoid system is fully activated, what does that protect you from? And that's just scraping the surface.
Tell them more about the hemp lumber, the hemp houses, because that is,
yeah, it's happening now. The hemp herds, and this is grown from industrial hemp. That's the most widely grown. That construction industry is going to tip hemp over the breaking point in a good way. And it's already happening. There are massive contractors that have signed up. There are entire states that have signed up to be part of these hemp building coalitions. And people think, and this is, again, it's propaganda, but you'll see hemp homes like a mud hut in Africa or something like that. But no, there are beautiful homes, beautifully designed. And contractors are so excited about this stuff because guess what? when it's produced domestically, it's so much cheaper to build with. It makes so much more financial sense. Cost of materials, everything. And it's not just the structure of the home. Hempcrete. So here's one I love the most. People want to talk about the Roman Empire a lot. And what they always leave out is Romans were building with hempcrete the entire time. The Colosseums, their architecture, some of these cathedrals that are all around the world, they were built out of hempcrete. It's the same process we're using today that they were using 12,000 years ago.
Wow.
Nothing has changed. We just re-identified it. But yeah, so that cuts off a lot of the anti-human agenda that the cabal has, especially with the quiet, I call it quiet weapons, and that's your 5G, your Gwen towers, all your electromagnetic radiation, all of the things that aren't naturally good for you. Hemp is a natural blocker of it.
Yeah,
we spent some
that it protects you from the EMFs. I also read that it's resistant to any rot, bugs, rodents. It's fireproof,
mold-proof,
waterproof.
It's excellent insulator. It's one of the most efficient materials you can build with from, an efficiency standpoint, trying to warm or cool a home. And it only gets better over time.
And it's breathable also.
Oh yeah. And so you think about, and if you've looked into some of these resets and you're looking at some of this architecture that seems unreal today, and some that seems like it was seemingly melted, well, because they had to melt it to destroy it with plasma level lasers. That's the only thing that would destroy these things. And even then, that's why we see remnants of them today, because they couldn't completely destroy them because they're that strong. I geek out a lot about this too, and I'm trying to get something formally going here on this front. But we talked about those.
Great, I love it.
We talked about these irrigation ditches existing now, and they're made primarily out of concrete. And if you don't know, concrete has a very low frequency, and industry has taken it a step further. For some reason, there are nefarious things in concrete, and that's why they build with it. Blood is one of them, whether it's animal or otherwise. So, and I want you to think about this from an energetic value standpoint, frequency. When you are building everything with concrete, you're pouring concrete here, concrete sidewalks, concrete everything.
Yeah, I've been talking about this for years and years. Yeah. It's just let's see. Okay. Get back to here and
you can be in the middle of a hurricane, or you can be on a calm day. North is still north. You could be in a thunderstorm. North is still north. People can yell at you. North is still north. It doesn't change fundamental things. And in this business, right is still right, even if you stand by yourself. You can be in the middle of a hurricane.
He just laid out a whole bunch of truth right there in one little thing. Now,
this is what.
Okay, so this is in Chile. Okay, now I don't know if anybody's been following this or not, but Chile went through the same type of thing that Lahaina did. Let's take a listen to what this young man has to say.
This is what majority of southern Chile just so happens to look like after a series of wildfires devastate the area. Now, I'm going to be reading the context of this article, but I want everybody to stay with me here, okay? Because it gets really sketchy. And it's ironic because I've touched upon this subject before in the Maui wildfire situation. And I enlightened a lot of people as to what could be happening. So I want to continue to be able to do that. So like I stated, I'm going to be reading the context of this article and what's actually happening. But I want you to be able to stay with me here, okay? Because like I stated, things get very, very sketchy. As you can see, days after devastating wildfires ripped through Chile's Pacific coast, ravaging entire neighborhoods and trapping people fleeing in cars, officials said on Sunday that at least 112 people have been killed and hundreds remain missing, and warned that the number of dead could rise sharply. And as you can see in quotations, that number is going to go up. We know it's going to go up significantly. President Gabriel Boric said earlier in the day when 64 deaths have been confirmed. He described the fires in the Valparaiso region as the worst disaster in the country since a cataclysmic earthquake in 2010 left more than 400 people dead and displaced 1.5 million people. But as you can see, thousands of homes were destroyed in the flames, which swept through the hilly settlements around the resort town of Viña del Mar starting Friday. Propelled by high winds, a regional state of emergency was declared and a nighttime curfew imposed. But then I looked up Viña del Mar, and then I looked up the institutions that were supposed to help Maui rebuild, right? And they just so happened to be associated with this specific conference, which just so happened to happen in Maui as well. As you can see here, the 4th LA Conference on Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, and Environment Systems was held on the 14th through the 17th of January in 2024 in Viña del Mar, Chile. What? For a SMART conference. I can't openly state that term here on TikTok anymore. But I'm pretty confident people are starting to put the puzzle pieces together by now. But if you're not, if you didn't happen to know, just under 2 years ago, CERN just so happened to discover what is known as the fifth force of nature, right? Which is better known as cosmic energy. Now, what's interesting about that cosmic energy, right, is it's collected through satellites. Satellites that CERN just so happens to own. And I'm not going to lay claim to anything being true, but you might or might not have been able to see a certain satellite over Maui on the day of the wildfires. Sort of like the one that sits above the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory in Antarctica. If you're not in touch with what that is, you might want to research into it. It's very interesting, honestly. And when you dig really deep into that rabbit hole, right, you wish you never would have. Because then you look into those energy institutions and their websites and the people that are affiliated with, right? And then you find stuff like this. As you can see here, Viña del Mar is considered Chile's top city to live in, work in, and visit, and ranks second behind only Santiago for education. Oh, and there's a whole bunch of great facts about Chile, specifically in Viña del Mar. It's definitely intriguing because if you would have gone to a company named Hitachi's website just last year, the first SMART island due to take place in Maui, the first of its own. I can provide proof of that in another video for anybody that's actually curious, by the way, because a lot of people seem to have forgot how much I really did enlighten them. It's pretty damn ironic because if you ask the people in Maui, they might or might not tell you that they have received the money. I'm sure you can figure out which one it is. Once again, can't lay claim to anything officially being true, but I'm sure a simple Google search will help you out since everybody fucking relies on Google. Even though their ex-CEO is still missing from a subpoena that he was issued to appear in court from his personal allegations with Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody wants to talk about that. Good old Larry Page or shit like this. I mean, it's pretty evident, isn't it? Or maybe this will help you. As you can see here, the headquarters is at where? Oh, yeah. Wow. Now, the reason of why I brought up the actual satellite, right? Because it might be capable of producing something that's better known as ground-based LASER. It's pretty intriguing because if you look on Space Force's website, right, you'll see that they created a unit just last year to fight against adversary satellites that are capable of producing those same exact systems. So it really just makes you think, you know? But once again, TikTok's AI. I'm not laying claim to anything being true. So why don't you just fuck off? Anyways, it's very sad indeed to see this just happen to our beautiful green earth. I mean, obviously it's global warming, right? It's definitely global warming. Global warming is definitely cause of this. Climate change is getting really just horrible, you know, and I just really hope people are ready for a
Now, I don't know if this has got anything to do with football or not, but you notice that Green Bay hat that he's wearing? I think that's causing his eye to twitch.
possible change of the polar shift that's coming that was naturally created. I'm sure, and I would really hope that everybody gets to this point. I mean, if I wasn't spazzing the fuck out enough, I really don't know what to tell you. But it's just some really sketchy shit, man. And there's a lot of shit going on in Gaza, too, that nobody wants to talk about. But if you present that here on TikTok, you'll be issued with a whole bunch of violations. Just know that soon I will have a platform in which I can speak upon unrestricted knowledge. Anything can happen. And everything that you think didn't happen probably did happen.
Yeah. So the lesson in that video is don't wear a Green Bay's hat because it's going to cause your eye to twitch. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to go into the Phil Gozlowski thing because Friday at 6 p.m. the greatest fraud on earth, the Phil Godlewski story, will be coming out. Okay. And, and this is okay. So again, buffering was correct. Not everything that Jason Q says is politically correct. Okay. But honestly, I'm tired of politically correct. Okay. Because when we're politically correct, we're not telling the truth to each other, right? Let's take a listen to what this young man has to say and see if he's being politically correct.
Dear white people, dear Gentiles, you've got to stop. I like you. I don't hate you like the rest of the Jews. But you have to stop. You have to stop with hating Jews. You have to stop with the anti-Semitic comments. You have to stop telling everyone that we're all communists, that we all want to destroy the white race. I mean, yes, it's true. But you shouldn't be telling this to everyone. It makes my people angry. It makes my people do even worse things. Look what happened to Germany after Hitler took over. It was completely destroyed. Look what happened to John F. Kennedy. Look what happened to the Twin Towers. Every time you did something against us, horrible, horrible things happened. So please, stop. So how are you supposed to be saved from the white genocide, you might ask? Well, it is quite simple. Be a Jew. It's not that hard. Convert to Judaism. Be a Jew. That way, you won't have to die like the rest of the Goyim.
Yeah. Yeah. Brea says, oh, man deserves to matter. It's time for all Christians and Americans to choose.
The Democratic Party is the evilest organization in the history of the world. Since their inception in 1800, they've been the party of slavery. Then, after slavery, they became the party of the Confederacy. After that, they started killing black people during Jim Crow era. You're voting for a party that tells you they are going to abort children up to the 9th month, castrate little boys, and call them little girls, mutilate little girls and cut off their breasts and give them puberty blockers. And you don't think you're going to be held responsible? As we look at the Democratic Party and the chaos that they bring on our community, our young men, our young women, I have to ask you to look at what they've done to us. Look at what they've done to us. Look at what they've done to us. The Democratic Party is a death machine. Whatever they move, they destroy. That's what they do. They destroy. They decided to try to infiltrate the black community, and they didn't have any success until they met somebody. Who did they meet? Martin Luther King. And this is where we went wrong. He made sure that he brought the black vote to the Democrat Party. They used the black vote to commandeer the most powerful country in the world. He who the Son has freed is free indeed. Once you accept him, you are free. Anybody in the Democratic Party that tells you any different, he's a liar, he's an apostate, he's the front to God, and he should be rejected by any Christian walking on this earth. And he's inviting you to go to hell with him. Don't go with him. Don't go.
Yep. Coming soon to a theater near you. That's going to be something else. Yep. Yep. So let's take a listen to this.
saw this big deal where he decided to just go in and try and break everything up.
Look, this teenager is doing more than the entire House GOP. Literally, like no members of Congress are here, but this guy's here.
Everyone I'm sure everyone here should know about the administrative state, how powerful. Well, hold on. I think this lady yeah, public policy.
You look at what's against it.
Yeah, the government's but come to a point where
I know the volume's real low on this, but it's the fact of who is around him and what they're trying to do, trying to intimidate him and trying to get him not to talk.
But I'm actually a meteorologist. Kind of hoping to find the truth in an effort to fight.
You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, when you look at this, it's a reminder of 2020 all over again. You know, and the period of time, you know, between, yeah. Okay, we're gonna jump away from this stuff because we could be on this. We could be on X all flipping the whole day. Here's a preview of the greatest fraud on earth. I wanted to show this. You know, hey guys, this is Dr. Z and Scriptkeeper17. We're really worried about Good Lion TV. He's saying he's tired and broken and can't finish the film. Just kidding. Pedo hunters are not fucking pussies. The film is finished, and so is Phildo. This is a clip or a trailer for that film.
A former high school coach was charged this afternoon with having sex with a teenage girl. The Lackawanna County District Attorney says 27-year-old Philip Godlewski of Scranton began the relationship with the girl when she was just 15 years old. Godlewski is a former baseball coach at Riverside High School. He currently coaches for the Taylor American Legion baseball team in Lackawanna County.
I put myself in this situation. So that's where the burden is always on me for everything that has happened here.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
I was 24, 25 years old. I thought I could help the girl.
Go tell that long-tongued liar. Go and tell that.
We got to watch this. I got to figure out what's going on here. What's going on? And that's how you teach a cat not to knock the everybody off the world. It's just, oh Lord, what can you do? What can we do? What can we do? All right, let's go ahead. Let's get into our stuff here. LT interview. Thought this was pretty good. Todd Callender, LT, and we know.
And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
The truth. Who is the guardian of truth, right? And how are we going to know that unless we can test the veracity of it? And how do we do that? In our society, believe it or not, we have trials, and you put on your evidence, and you have the debate. It's why we have juries to say, yes, that happened or it didn't happen. It's beyond a reasonable doubt or a preponderance of the evidence. We have the tools in our society, and we've forgotten how to use them.
Well, folks, Todd Callender, as you know, is already a hero in my books, as he has worked tirelessly to protect the military men and women who fought so hard to remain unvaxxed. That's one of many endeavors he has worked towards for his country. Well, he stepped in and took over CloutHub, too, using enormous resources of his own to create a social media platform free from collecting your data and more. One quick note, CloutHub is free and is online and also an app. It's in the description box below. CloutHub meetings will also be discussed as a replacement to Zoom meetings. Can't miss this. It's going to be amazing. Well, folks, it's great to have Todd Callender with us today. Super busy, always doing interviews, working hard, trying to save the lives of many across this entire earth, actually. And somehow he found the time to take over CloutHub.com. And the amount of things that are going on CloutHub that are supporting the community is absolutely amazing, brilliant. And I'm just looking forward to this interview today. How you doing today, Todd?
Man, I'm so chuffed to be here. I've missed your good company. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, we just, it seems like we mentioned last interview, hey, we need to have these more often because we were talking about a lot of the stuff that was going on with Remdesivir, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And we were actually talking about a lot of trouble that was going on with the jabs and more. And that's still ongoing, especially with the military, if I'm correct. Am I right? Are you still working on all that?
Yeah, we sure are. You know, our case, it was Robert V. Austin, went all the way to the Supreme Court, who put it on the docket, considered it, and then they did what every court before them did and all the other federal cases. They stuck their fingers in the ears and they said, blah, 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 we're not going to hear it. Nobody's going to hear what you have to say. It was just all 2 weeks before the decision as it related to Texas. We have a facade government.
Yeah, that really depressing for me sometimes when I keep showing all of the pictures of people on social media sharing what they did, and then this passed away suddenly just keeps making its waves throughout social media and more. And it just seems like there's this empty space. It's just very quiet. You share it, they're gone, but a lot of folks just seem to not understand what's going on. And for me personally, it still had an effect because we've had several friends, even close family members, on my wife's side, even where their face doesn't work anymore, and they're very young, and they went on the military base to get these shots, but they're not putting two and two together. So why did this happen? And you've got another friend that they got cancer right away. And so why did that happen? And so, of course, about my mother-in-law, she got it. And then like within a month, 2 to 3 weeks later, I believe she was gone. Father-in-law's on dialysis. I mean, it's just like all this happened right after the jab. And so it's affected me personally. Most folks say that they know somebody.
Yes.
They haven't taken it. So that's been hard. It's been difficult to find a place to share all this because some folks are still getting taken down. We just did an interview. We were talking about with Woo's News. He was on Rumble with a couple of videos, and he was in shock as we were going into the interview because a couple of his videos were taken down. And that's why we're meeting today, because we're talking through email and realized, hey, there's a lot of folks that are getting overtaken
Yeah.
That where we think we're safe and people are leaving, like YouTube, because YouTube, they took me down with 400,000
Yeah.
subscribers. They had Rumble going. Rumble seems to be doing really well. And then we're finding out people are getting their videos taken down. Well, now
right.
you've got Clout Hub, and you've put this awesome site together. You rebuilt it from the ground up, and a lot of people are heading that way because they realize there's very few, if not any, platforms available anymore where you're worried about getting your stuff
Yeah.
taken down.
Yeah, it's an avalanche. We're the God, Guns, and Country platform. We are welcoming all. In fact, when I took over the company, I guess it was about last April, and it was a rebuild. But we really did this on the basis that it's got a Christian leaning, but it's very libertarian too. We want all opinions. We want people to come and express themselves because our founding fathers understood that it was the marketplace of ideas that leads to the best decisions. So our idea was come one, come all. We don't do gambling. We don't do porn. But opinions matter, and we encourage intellectually honest debate, and we love it, and all are welcome to come. And you don't even have to pay for it. You can just come and take part.
Right. So one of the things that was interesting when we first met years ago, I tried to do a Zoom meeting with you, and you said, I'm absolutely not going to do Zoom. And so there was a reason behind that. And you said something about recordings and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So can you kind of explain that a little bit about when folks have meetings on Clout Hub, why that's so important for
Yeah.
protecting your privacy?
Well, I can. Let's start with Zoom first. They keep your content. They claim it. It is theirs, not yours. Even though you're paying to use it, they say it is all ours. And by the way, they sell it. So the content, the video itself, everything that happens on that is stored in the People's Republic of China's computers. I understand they're stored in the intelligence headquarters server farm. So you think what you're doing is private, when in reality, they are taking your likeness, your voice, your data, what your IP address was. Sometimes your computer gets scrubbed for data. Why? Because they can sell it for a minimum of $150 per sale if they can produce an address and a social security number. In addition, what happens to your private conversation that you think you're having with your lawyer or you're having with your doctor? The law says that those have to be private, and Zoom is not. It's their content, not yours. So we really built our version, our video conferencing version, with a couple of things in mind that are really important. First and foremost, we built it keeping in mind that there are 400 million Christians and Chinese and Persian Christians, and they get used for body parts if they're found going to Bible study. So we made it so that there is no recording of it on our side. We don't keep a recording of it. If you want to record it, you can do that. You can have an MP4, you can take a transcript. But when you close that meeting out, it never happened. So the Chinese can show up at your door and say, let me see your computer. The only thing they'll be able to tell is that you were actually hooked into the internet. Beyond that, it never happened. Part two is we made universal translation such that you can have a conversation. You can do your sermon with everybody understanding it no matter where they are. So there's more than 60 languages you can attend and hear it in your own language, whether that's Farsi or Chinese. It doesn't matter. It happens all at the same time. And above all, we made it browser based. You don't have to download an app. You just click on the link. It's one click and you're on a browser. We don't want to invade your privacy. And that was the last part of this. We rewrote the privacy policy statement, and it says, we don't care who you are. We don't want to know who you are. Don't give us any of your data. It's the only one in the world that I'm aware is like this. And it's true, because if you think about it, anonymity and privacy equals freedom. What's the most important part about cash? It's anonymous. So we copied that whole idea, trying to give people the freedom to express themselves and to be private. Take back control of privacy in your life, what it is you're doing in your house.
Right. So if folks go to clouthub.com and they're listening to this, is there some type of way that they understand? You guys know that they came from our channel?
No, not without an affiliate code, because they could just come and click come one, come all. If they were to come and say, look, I want to buy a subscription, then we have an affiliate code to track that back. Other than that, we don't do any geolocation, no geofencing, nothing.
Right. So the affiliate code, I believe today, is LT, if I remember right. to let folks know that they're on
Yeah,
Clout.
please support
So,
that.
so awesome. And I have mine open, so I'm going to share that now. There's just my Clout Hub, and when you go in, you can see the at sea with LT. So you actually just scroll down. It looks just like a normal social media type platform, but then if you want to go into meetings, you've got that up here. You've got channels, people, groups, meetings, events. And when I click on meetings, it takes me to, let me show that one right here. To this right here, video meeting platform that stops the theft of your meeting data. I think that's the big one right there. You got global coverage, secure meetings, private connection, protected data. And man, whoever put this together did a great job.
I'll let them know. It wasn't me.
Yeah. And I noticed that they have like a tutorial. They did have they did show that you can actually get languages while you're talking. And I was watching that whole thing play out. Now, folks, in the middle of this interview, I just wanted to pause to show you what we're talking about when you create a Clout Hub Meets account. It's actually pretty cool because you get a free 30 minutes each time. And then if you create an account, it's a lot cheaper than Zoom and all these others where you do these meetings. And again, we're talking about how you save your privacy, right? These other companies, they grab your information, they can record your meetings, and they can sell it and use it and grab everybody's information and more. It's pretty scary if you think about it, right? But Todd Callender worked hard to create this for us. So I just want to show you, once I went into Clout Hub Meets, and all you have to do is if you go in the description box below, you'll see the link that we provided, Clout Hub Meetings, and it's got meetings.clouthub.com/partner/AWK, AWK. And I'll put that in, hopefully while you're watching this, I'll edit and add that in there so you can see it and pause and type that in if you need to, or just go down below and click on the link and you'll get that. And what you'll see is you'll have this getting started video, dashboard, subscription, stuff like that. But remember, you get 30 minutes for free anytime if you want to do that. Anytime over that, you just get a subscription. If you subscribe to it, you click on our link, then they'll know that you were sent from And We Know. And then you'll get their discounted price. So what we're going to do is I'm going to click on this getting started video because I wanted to show you this real quick, and then we'll go back to the interview, okay? One of the things here, it's a 17-minute video, and I really enjoy it because it gives you a detailed way of how this all works. But very simple. When I go to this mark, I wanted to show you the most important part for me was when they get into the languages that they use here. And you
Now,
can
the
see
very
this.
important thing to remember and to tell your participants is that this microphone and subtitles screen, this is
Right
what
here.
I'm seeing. This is really independent of. So by turning on the subtitles microphone, it will start rendering the transcript of your meeting. Now, I have it set up that it's just doing English right now. And this is really independent of each other, meaning I could log in one language, you could log in another language, and you're going to see whatever it is that you entered the platform on. If I wanted to see a different language, I would simply click the settings icon. I would leave my source language as English because that is what I am speaking. I could change my target language to whatever language I want, because remember, this is my screen. This is what I'm seeing. I'm going to pick Spanish. You can pick Arabic. I'm going to go ahead and close that again so I have a little more to see. And you can see that I'm now seeing the transcript rendered in English and in Spanish. Now,
That's amazing. You see that? And you have all these different languages you can choose from. So if you're having a meeting with somebody from another country and you want to be able to talk back and forth, all you do is talk. It changes it to that whatever that language, and it reads it out for you. They can talk back, it reads it out back to you. That is pretty cool. Thank you, Todd, for putting that together. And then when you go to Clout Hub itself, you'll notice in there when we show you all this, and we'll get back to this interview in a second. As you go into the channels, you go to the And We Know channel. And what we did was we created it where you can actually go in, click on the AWK website, the cruise, upload a video and stuff is what I have for me. and I put all the Bible studies. So when you click on them, hopefully you'll be able to hear it in a different language if you want to forward those off to anybody or any of our other videos on there. And we'll just continue to get this bad boy growing. And it's really important because we have a lot of folks from other countries that actually reach out to us, and they want us to put the subtitles in different languages like Spanish. And now this has been done thanks to Todd Callender. And just wanted to show you that that we have our own channel on CloutHub. We're going to get this bad boy growing pretty good and really help out with the rest of the world in trying to tune in on the truth. Now back to Todd Callender.
Look, how else are we going to get 6 billion non-English speakers to understand what's happening and actually to lead them to God? At the end of the day, this is about the truth. You know, finding the truth, demanding the truth, speaking the truth, and the truth leads to God. It's that simple.
Yeah, perfect. So let me go back to this again, share this tab here. So when the folks join CloutHub, they just log in and create an account.
Yeah.
Again, once they create that account and go in, then it would look similar to this, correct?
Yeah, so when they log in, there's going to be a couple questions. First and foremost, we need an email address and a username. That's all we need to have. It also asks you your language preference so that your experience on CloutHub will automatically have the option of whatever your preferred language is. And in fact, we can set a default where the entire website will appear in your preferred language. Otherwise, the default is English with subtitles everywhere else. But it's just those questions, and then it leads you straight to your room, which you can build your own channel. You can invite people to come and join you. You can have a community chat with everybody and their brother. You can see the two tabs right there, or just your own crew. And then you can also post your videos on the channels, which is just what you went to there. And you'll note if you click on one of those at the bottom, again, those are available in any and all languages. So when you do your next sermon, Larry, the whole world can hear it and see it in their language. So that's kind of the cool part about it. And you'll see there's a lot of really good Christian folks and other people that we know together, flyover conservatives and other good folks. Everybody's coming. It's the cool part. We're the last place where we won't censor you. Absent, obviously we don't want a bunch of curse words and things of that nature, but they do happen on occasion. What we're really interested in is intellectually honest debate. And even if you are a communist, you're welcome to come and share your communist Bolshevik views. You probably get into some pretty good arguments, but that's the point. That's what it's about.
So you're telling me that when you click on these, like Blessed to Teach is live right now, kind of cool.
Yeah.
You can actually go live. There's a live event going on now. There he is.
Yep. So on the right below that cross, you'll see there's a little box. It's all white. And if you press on that little box, it's on the black border. You can actually listen there. It's right there. A little to the left. And then there's that little white one next to that. And then you can listen to, there it is. All your languages. And there's like 60 of them there. Just scroll down with your arrow, and then you can attend the service in whatever language you want.
Look at that. Yeah, zoomed in so you can see that, folks. If you're looking at your screen, look at all the different languages. Let's just pick one here. Let's pick German. And then where's the captions for that?
It'll pop up. It just takes a second for it to recognize it.
Look at Plus to Teach. Look at him. There it is.
There you go.
Wow.
Now all the Germans can enjoy what he's got to say. And he's got good things to say, for that matter. I always enjoy watching his
look
videos.
at that. He's got his scriptures. He's reading.
For me and others around them.
Sounds good. Awesome. I had a chance to meet him in Nashville last year.
Oh, how cool is that?
He walked up. He actually walked up to me when there was the line of people. And he just said that he was really glad he was a fan. And I told him that I was watching him before I even started.
Well, there you go. How about that? So was he an inspiration to you?
He was. I said, man, this guy, he's setting up his screen. He had a really good delivery, very soft spoken. I like that. There's a lot of folks that were screaming and yelling I didn't like. And so I liked his model. That is awesome. Cool. Man, look at that. It's in German.
Yeah, try a different one. The Chinese kind of makes me laugh because I don't understand any of it, but I know it exists. I think there's two different dialects there, Cantonese or Mandarin.
Yeah,
And
there's
it's
Jeff.
just fun.
Wow.
And that's
That
the
came off
point,
the
right?
phone to you, too.
Yeah, man, we're trying to reach everybody. What I like to say is to escape the gatekeepers of truth, because if you're waiting on the news stations to tell you what's happening in Ukraine, good luck getting the truth out of those guys. But you could actually, go see somebody's live stream in Ukraine. You could actually call them if you want to and have a conversation. They'll speak Ukraine, you speak whatever language. And it actually works. It's crazy because I know, because I've had conversations with people in Ukraine and Russia and other places.
Man, that's so great. I'm glad we got
Yeah, it's
that.
fun, isn't it? I mean, and this is the point, LT. We wanted to bring people's messages like yours to 6 billion non-English speakers. There's important things to be said and discussed, and this is what gives us the opportunity to do that.
Now, you mentioned when we were talking about the interview I did yesterday.
Yeah.
Whenever I aired this, it'll be another day. But you said that you saw the interview, and we noticed that Eric Clark. I just got word that he was found guilty on all 4 counts after he didn't do anything wrong. His house was invaded, I believe at 10 at night, if I remember right. His 6-year-old granddaughter had a gun pointed to her head.
Dear Lord.
The whole 9. And you mentioned to me something about that you felt like you wanted to let folks know for the J6 folks.
I do. Thank you for mentioning it. I did see the interview, and I know about Rumble shadow banning because I'm one of those guys they shadow ban. My understanding is that BlackRock, the acquisition company of the owners of this world, otherwise known as the Bank for International Settlements, bought an equity stake in Rumble. Now they're controlling content, and the FCC, all of a month ago, said that they're going to now control content, and we won't. I will not bend. I'm the CEO of CloudHub, and I make the decisions, and we're not going to bend. So what I wanted to do for the J6ers is build them a channel. I joined the board of the Stand Up America Foundation. General Paul Vallely and General Thomas McInerney are the 2 front guys there. And they have something called Project Jericho, which is to support the J6ers, the guys in jail and those that are facing it. Sorry, it's men and women.
Right.
I want to build them their own channel. I want to give them a voice, because the people in DC, the demons, because they are that. They're muzzling people. I think I also mentioned to you, I was trying to get accepted to the bar so I could litigate a writ quo warranto, where we found out that not one person serving in the administration has a valid oath of office. And the remedy is that you have to file this in the Federal District Court of Washington, D.C. I couldn't find a lawyer to sponsor my bar membership. Why? Because they've all been disbarred. There's one guy left, one January 6er lawyer left. He's a good guy. His name's Brad. And the rest of them have all been disbarred. So they're cutting off any avenues of redress. So the only thing we can do is support them by raising a lot of awareness and not standing for it. And believe it or not, when the light of truth comes out, they scurry. So we got to give those people a voice. And frankly, we've got to rescue them. They're in a gulag. I lived in 2 communist countries in my life so far. I'm not going to live in a third. And I know what a gulag looks like. And that's what Washington, D.C. is built. They get rid of political dissidents for our brothers and sisters, right? The citizens of our nation locked up for going to their house, right? This doesn't belong to the D.C. politicians. I can't think of anything more egregious. They're locking them up for some of these cases like their lives. That can't be. So anyway, I want to work with you and the good generals, and let's see if we can't give them a voice.
Yeah. And so when we go in, also, if they create a J6 following and you want to find them, it looks like when you click on it looks like right up here on the
group section,
logo, you have the group section. You can do a quick find.
Yes.
This is amazing. You don't really,
up.
you don't really have this on other platforms, even on X. They don't have it this clear where you can actually scroll down and through. And
sure. You can send them a direct message. You can communicate. You can set up your own groups. Like when Lula stole the election from Bolsonaro in Brazil, about the same time Mr. Trump was having his election stolen. We had 160,000 Brazilians show up, and they came to us because it was safe to do it, and they coordinated their response, whether it was protests or anything else, because we don't collect data. We don't want to know. You're anonymous when you come visit, and that's what we created this for, that very purpose. So bring your pals, have chats, and nobody's going to keep track.
That's
So
amazing.
we don't want to know.
Crystal clear. Videos are showing up nicely if you want to follow them. On the left side, you have subscribe, upcoming live channel, search, history,
Ah,
bookmark, and
that
more.
is really important. By the way, if you decide, to go live, you can live stream. We've already tested it. You can have more than 100,000 people show up live. So we did a symposium, I guess it's about a month ago now. We had 110,000 people show up live for it. And then I think it was 1.7 million that actually watched it over the coming days. So a lot of capacity, a lot of computing power. And by the way, that's all offshore. We don't use Google, we don't use Amazon.
Oh, wow.
We're really, because we don't want to be disingenuous. When we promise people privacy and freedom, I mean.
So in this this journey for building out Cloud Hub, what made you want to again spend all of your time and money and efforts to even go there? I mean, there had to be quite a bit that went into doing this.
Yeah, it's been a whole lot. The short answer to that question is I got tapped on the shoulder by God because I really had no idea. I'd never had a social media account before April of last year. I am a technological fossil. I'm the definition of a fossil. And so Jeff Brain, who was the guy that originally created this, had said, look, I'm making a language video meeting. Is that interesting to you? Because I'd met him, somehow or through our conservative contacts. And I said, great, I run an insurance group. We're global. I want to talk to my clients all over the world. And this would give me the ability to do that. Unfortunately, after we made the investment, Jeff had a horrible stroke. I think he was actually the victim of an EMF attack. They call it Havana syndrome. And shortly thereafter, he died. And so when all that happened, the other shareholders came to me and said, hey, would you mind jumping in? And we've got to save this thing. And I didn't want to. But at the end of the day, you get the tap on the shoulder. We're called to do what we do. I know nothing about social media, and it has been a huge learning curve. But I did this because I was called to do it. The same as you, LT. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, called to do it. I can't make it through the day unless I know I'm going to gather some information to get to the people. I just feel obligated now. And I always said that we're in a war.
That's right.
Information warfare. And I've mentioned it before, but I remember watching a guy who was interviewed at one of the rallies years ago. And he was in World War II. And he said that he was there, I believe he said, in France for 4 years. He said we didn't get a day off. There's no day off in war. And when he said that, I said, when it comes to this type of information, we just can't take time off to go do our own thing. We're in the middle of a battle. And it's been a tough one. It's been a tough one.
Well, we're in an extinction level event. This is a do or die mission. Either humanity rises and we take our planet back and restore our republic, or we're done. This is the evidence I put in front of the Supreme Court and the courts before it. It's incontrovertible. And by the way, the opposing counsel, Department of Justice, knows. We told them everything about how dangerous these shots were, and that the Secretary of Defense was fragging his own troops, and they didn't care. This is intentional. They are trying to destroy our species and, frankly, all of God's creations. And this is a do or die mission for us. We either stand up and take it back, or we die. It's that simple. So to your point, we're called to do this because we must, and we have nothing to lose.
Yeah. I was just the other day. Was on. I've been heading to the gym. excuse me, since October of last year. I put on a lot of weight and started doing 10,000 steps a day, and was able to get about 25 pounds taken off me. And I used to be a bodybuilder, so it was the only reason I did it was because I went into the golf store to find an outfit, and I had to keep going up sizes. And I looked in the mirror and said, I can't believe I'm having a hard time looking at myself right now.
I resemble that comment.
Yeah. And so anyway, there's a guy that he's next to me and he walks backwards. He's trying to get his knees working. And finally I just said, hey, how's it going? Passing by, and Actually, I started breathing hard. So today was a tough day. I told him that, and he looked at me. He says, "Yeah, I'd see you here every day." And then we ended up having conversation. He says, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And I told him about podcasting and some other business I do. And so he said, "Do you mind telling me what it is? You know, like to check it out?" And I said, "Well, depends on what your stance is." That's the way I normally answer, you know, like, maybe you're not going to want to talk to me anymore. I kind of like our conversations right now, you know. And he goes, "No, I'm not like that. Or you're probably more on the conservatives." I said, "Yeah, well, it's big on, I exposed the media for their lies. I was taken down because it was close to the election of 2020. It was stolen. And that's what I use as talking points to see
Yeah.
where they're at." And
Yeah.
he goes, and he says, "Well, yeah, I mean, I've got friends just like you. And, what are your stances on that?" And so I told him, and he says, "Well, that's the same reason that everybody gives of why it was stolen. And, and so that's not enough. You get to have, enough evidence." And I said, "Oh, so you are one of those guys."
Yeah.
And so then I told him about some other things, and he goes, "Well, I think it's important that, to protect the people, that you have information needs to be taken down. And yes, people need to be taken off of YouTube when they spread
What?
bad information." So when they do that, I would just smile, just really kind and nice. And so what it does is, it's the mentality, right? They're putting into their mind, their thought is,
Yeah.
it's okay to take these people down because we're the ones that hold on to the truth, and you're dangerous. So he basically
Yeah.
put that through. And so I asked him a question. I said, "So who's holding the levers of truth on what is right and what is wrong? You're basically declaring that you hold the levers to this truth.
right.
Therefore, it's okay to take these people down. Yet,
Right.
what if I had all of the power and all the money and everything, and I said, I don't like what you're doing, so I'm going to take you down." And you say, "Hold on, I'm the one that has the truth." So I said, we can go back and forth on this all
That's right.
day. You're just creating more problems because now you're shutting down the voices that could
Yes.
actually support you. So what his response was really amazing. Is he said, "You know what? I'm not all into everything." So you bring up a good point. When I look back at 9/11, I have a hard time believing what happened and what they told us, because those
Wow.
buildings, da 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 da. So I have done, and so what it did was it calmed him down. He then agreed with me on one
Good
level.
for you.
And yeah. So, but that's the mentality that's out there, right? It's okay to take you down because
Yeah.
you're putting out dangerous information. These people really need to go get their jabs because it's supporting their life and their livelihood. And
You
so,
know,
yeah, when you're dealing with folks like that who are Americans, it hurts you, but at the same time, it's, well, how do I help guide them to understand that maybe, just maybe, they might be onto something that's wrong, and how do I steer them in the right direction? It's difficult.
No, that's beautiful. The way you handled that's beautiful. I, I've been in this fight now. It's coming up on 4 years. To stop the shots. The attack on humanity is what this really is. And I have to tell you briefly that when I filed suit against the DoD, it was the first one. Our plaintiff was the first guy standing. He was a staff sergeant, drill sergeant, and he stood. And others followed immediately after. But I got to tell you, we had thousands and thousands of service members coming to our little firm of 3 lawyers. And all of them except one that I can remember had a relationship with God. And over this period of time, I've come to understand, and they weren't all Christians, but most of them were. The difference was this: they had a relationship with God. They didn't fear death. And so the people that you find rushing out to get their 8th booster and whatnot are so terrified of death that they'll do anything not to die. And that translates into where people are now. They rushed their kids to get the shots. They were afraid for their kids. And now they are having to confront all these deaths, all these injuries, and they can't bring themselves to do it because subconsciously they know, holy cow, this can't be true. They cannot allow themselves to come to believe this, even though it is so. So again, the secret to this whole thing, what you just described, the truth. Who is the guardian of truth, right? And how are we going to know that unless we can test the veracity of it? And how do we do that in our society? Believe it or not, we have trials, and you put on your evidence, and you have the debate. It's why we have juries to say, yes, that happened or didn't happen. It's beyond a reasonable doubt or a preponderance of the evidence. We have the tools in our society, and we've forgotten how to use them. And people are afraid to have this debate. It's really tragic.
Yeah. And they definitely have a platform now where you can
Yeah.
not have this fear where they steal your data. Number one. Number two,
Yes.
they're not going to take your videos down. Number
You
three,
don't even have to be you. You could pretend to be Santa Claus and express your views. We don't mind. Come anyway.
yeah, this is amazing. They're what a great job here. Featured groups, thousands of members there, and hopefully the J6 folks will jump in and
Yeah.
create their group and be able to know that they've got a platform they can share information without.
Boy, I'd
being
sure
controlled.
like to do that. I really want to help. It's so devastating to think that our government turned against our people and built gulags, and it's a 10 square miles. And this is important to bear in mind, folks. When we went to file our writ quo warranto, that means by what authority? We studied the federal district court in Washington, D.C. There's one judge with a valid oath of office, one. And all of the cabinet, in the entirety of the cabinet, there was not a single oath of office. And Mr. Mayorkas, the guy in charge of the border, he didn't even bother to take an oath of office. So if they're not serving our country as evidenced by the oath, who do they serve? And this is the problem. You've got the United States of America, Inc., and they are in it for themselves, and a lot of them have second passports, so they're serving somebody not America. And then you've got the rest of the United States, which is comprised of people coming together because they wanted a nation. It's how it came to be. And the 10th Amendment to our Constitution says the federal government, the republic, is made up of the states. Lo and behold, what are we seeing down in Texas? We see the states standing together. This is such an exciting time. But my Lord, we have got to do away with this 10 square miles of DC. When President Trump called it a swamp, I don't think that word's descriptive enough. It's a sewer.
Yep. Yeah, it is a sewer. And we've noticed a lot of things play out in all of the different comms that I do on my channel and more. It seems more and more that something strange is going on in that place.
Yeah.
A lot of construction, a lot of blockage where you can't really see what's happening. Many people have shared some of their ideas and thoughts on it, but it's that place is really disgusting. It's probably there's probably things going on there that we can't show the public, because if you see what they're actually doing and it related to children, then we would probably wouldn't be able to make it. Our hearts would just melt.
Well, I think there might be some good news on the horizon at the same time, though. Last year, Janet Yellen, Secretary of Treasury, also has no oath of office, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
She was threatening to default on the U.S. interest payment of the national debt. Lo and behold, she didn't. In fact, that's off the table now. So the credit worthiness of our country is kind of back to where it should. The dollar is strong enough that Argentina is abandoning their inflationary trends 100% per year. They're abandoning it, and they're coming to the U.S. dollar. I see humanity rising. I see people taking this world back. There are better than 30 national elections this year across the planet, and I see humanity is rising. People understand instinctively, even if they don't want to admit it. They know this is a do or die. In the Marine Corps, I don't know if you had something called a dip maneuver, but in the Army, it means die in place. Hold the line. That's where we are.
Tip remover. I'd never heard of that one.
Die in place. That's what that means. You will hold this line. It's a dip maneuver. That's your order. So that's where we're at.
So what's your background in the Army, if I can ask?
No, I went through training. I was a pilot before I went in. Trained as an 11 Bravo infantry officer in the making, and I got a slot to go fly Apaches in the first Gulf War, and unfortunately, on the day of my physical, I failed it, and that ended my career. I'm still a pilot, but I'm not flying attack helicopters like I wanted to.
Okay, so that explains with your flights. Oh, awesome! I've always wanted to be a pilot. It's been a dream of mine for years. So
never too late.
Yeah. Hopefully, one of these days we'll.
Yeah, we can help make that happen.
Find time to do all that. I've actually watched a YouTube channel over and over again on flights and different types of aircraft that you can get into, and really getting into that. But it's difficult with all the stuff that's going on here recently. But one of the big pushes in doing that was just all the stuff that's been going on with aircraft and the jabs and more. So that got me more into that and looking in that area.
Yeah. Well, it's such a wonderful tool. And I have to tell you this, as the control paradigm happens, ladies and gentlemen, be aware, The plan by the overlords is to give you access to a 1,500-kilometer round trip ticket once every 3 years. However, private aviation is exempt. They always exempt themselves. So everybody needs to go and get a pilot's license, and we'll just take each other around.
We'll
Make it
be
easy.
fine. That's awesome. Well, I appreciate all of that you're doing, Todd. It's absolutely
it's my
amazing.
honor.
How in the world you found time to even work on Cloud Hub and have
You know, it's the power of our spirits, the power of God. I couldn't tell you. All I know is it happens. I'm just here. I'm doing the job I was built for, just like you are. And it's, you know what? It's cool. It's such an awesome feeling.
Amazing. So folks, go to cloudhub.com in the description box below. All right. And all you have to do is you sign up as LT, just put your LT in the description, or your discount code or whatever code it is that you have there, and make sure that folks know that you were sent by this channel. Be really cool. And we just hope that you jump on board, realize how important this is. And I'm looking forward to finding everyone following us there on Cloud Hub also. So appreciate you, Todd. I want to pray for you real quick if we can.
Oh, I'd love that. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
All right. All right. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for how you just overtook this meeting. Just definitely sense that you're with Todd and you're with his team, doing so much to help so many on this earth and more. How amazing it is that this platform wasn't just put together by just a quick means, but it seems like you put it together using the tools of many to allow something that would reach so many folks, especially with the languages and more. How amazing it is to have warriors on the front line. So he definitely needs your protection. So we lift that up to you as you asked us and showed us how to pray to protect us from the enemy. And so would you just continue to give him the strength to move along each day, especially protecting our service members and more. In the name of Christ, our Savior, we pray. Amen.
In Jesus' name. That was beautiful.
Amen.
Maybe that was really touching. Thank you for that. And folks who are listening, please support. And we know the affiliate code is really important. It's the only way we're going to know that you came from these efforts. I beg you, please put in the affiliate code. I think there's a discount attached to it as well. So I
Awesome.
can't thank you enough for the support. It's really, really touching.
All right, Todd, we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah. God bless, man.
Tell your wife and children I'll be sailing with you. It's gonna rain. Better get on board. It's gonna rain.
Folks, I invite you to join me and the And We Know family on a cruise to a majestic place called Alaska, August 11th through 18th, 2024. We will chart our adventure aboard the luxurious Holland America's Westerdom, cruising us to historic Alaskan ports like Juneau and Ketchikan, destinations renowned for their scenery, teeming with forest and wildlife, the freshest caught salmon and other delicious cuisine, and known for the locals' friendly charm. The Isaacs are coming too, and we can't wait to sing worship and patriotic songs by this renowned Southern gospel group. We'll also enjoy powerful biblical messages and share life stories with my family and me, listen in on a live podcast recording, and have question and answer time and interviews with special guests. So visit inspirationtravel.com/LTA today. It's in the description box below this video. That's inspirationtravel.com/LTA. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Get on board.
All right. That was Todd Callender, LT. Great interview. Love the conversation about Cloud Hub. I'm going to look into that more myself. I'm going to recommend to Dave to look into that as well. Yeah. All right. Up next. You guys are going to love this one. Brother Nathaniel. You know I love this guy, right? All right, let's see what Brother Nathaniel's got to say today.
If you are the dealer, I'm out of this game. If you are the healer, I'm broken and lame. Thine is the glory, blessed is thy name. They want it darker, they kill the flame. Is thy holy name in his human frame? A million candles burning for the love that came. They want it darker. Send me. Send me. Send me. There's a lover in this story. The story is the same. A lullaby for suffering, a paradox to gain. It's written in the scriptures, not some idle claim. They want it darker. They crush the flame. They're lining up the martyrs, the rabbis take their aim. Consulting with the demons, they hash the plot and game. A license and permission to murder and to maim. You want it darker? It's dark enough. Send me. Send me. Send me. Send me. Is thy holy name in his human frame? Billion candles burning for the love that came. They want it darker. They crush the flame. If you are the dealer, I'm out of the game. If you are the healer, I'm broken and lame. Thine is the glory, blessed is thy name. They want it darker, they killed the flame. Here am I, Lord, here am I, Lord, here am I, Lord. Send me. Send me. Send me. Send me. Send me. Send me. I'm gonna get him.
You know, the thing about Brother Nathaniel is he doesn't pull no punches. He does not pull any punches, not one bit. All right, moving on. We got George Lewis meeting with Nicholas Viniamin. Talk about the Second Republic. There we go.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got George Lewis, and today we are going to be discussing the end of an era. The Second Republic has been born, the astrology, what's going on with the new world, the age of Aquarius. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at Nicholas.Veniamin, where you can follow all my daily news reels. George, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to, sir?
It's really good to be on your show, Nicholas. Well, I'm down in Florida, which is wonderful. I'm doing some workshops down here and seeing a lot of clients and patients with astrology and sound therapy. But it's great to be able to share a little bit about the astrology because it's such a great tool for us to be able to understand what's going on in the collective. You know, the United States is in what it's called its Pluto return. So 248 years ago, Pluto went over, was at 27 degrees Capricorn, which is right over the United States birth chart. And here we are again at this cycle. Pluto moves very slowly, but it's about transformation. And so we're really witnessing this shift in consciousness. Pluto cycle ago, people weren't so fully awake. They didn't really realize what was happening as far as the manipulation, the control system through the banking system. And here we are this time. The people are, thanks to people like yourself with your shows, are waking up to consciousness, are waking up to the truth. And of course, it's painful when we learn that actually the banking system or the pharmaceutical system has not actually been on side of we the people, has actually sought to enslave us and to really destroy us. And so this is part of understanding, using the lens of astrology to help us ascend and get into greater levels of consciousness.
Wow, absolutely. Now, when we move in the universe, when we go into cycles, does the universe and where we're at in the universe, does it energetically affect our awareness?
Yeah, I believe it does. I mean, I think when I use the term archetypes, I mean, the ancient Greeks used the term gods. So, for example, Pluto is Hades in the Greek, and that always represents transformation. So when Pluto is at a certain angle in the zodiac, it's going to carry a certain energy. It's like the sun. Maybe the sun is a better way to explain it because it's more immediate for us as human beings. When the sun is in Aquarius, which it is today, it's going to carry a different frequency. Say, instead of when it's opposite in the sign of Leo, the sun likes to be in Leo. It's bold. It rules royalty. It's sovereignty. It's power. Especially in the northern hemisphere. It's at a high level of light, where obviously we're in the winter at the moment. So the zodiac really allows us to see what the influences are. The astrology allows us to see what the influences are on us, we the people. And that's a useful tool. It's why the Vatican Church banned astrology through much of its the Catholic era, because it doesn't want the people to have access to this information. And so for me, it's really important that we can get access to it.
Now, interesting, you say that they banned astrology, and a lot of us do follow astrology. But what happens when we discover that there were 13 months as opposed to 12? What happens to the astrology then? How do we measure it?
I personally don't subscribe to that view. It always comes up because if you look at Orpheus is Asclepius, who is the grandson of Zeus, the son of Apollo. And if you actually look at that constellation, it only just dips into the ecliptic between Scorpio and Sagittarius. It does not take up 30 degrees. I mean, to be generous, it might take up 3 or 4 degrees. It's just above it. So it's not really part of the ecliptic where the sun goes around the Earth. So, or where we go around the sun. The ecliptic is where the sun is in relation to all the zodiac signs. So I don't really subscribe to the 13 signs. I think that's a little bit of a red herring and a way to distract us. And also another example of trying to make astrology not work.
Interesting. Okay, very interesting. Now, where does the Sirius star system fit into all of this?
Well, Sirius is separate. Those are the fixed stars. They're not actually on the ecliptic. So, I mean, it obviously carries a potent energy, like many of the fixed stars. But Sirius isn't exactly on the ecliptic, from what I understand. So it carries an energy, but it's not actually affecting us in the way that the zodiac signs affect us. So the sun, for example, when it's moving through Aquarius and on through Pisces, it carries that energy. But the thing is, it's not just about the sun, it's also the activation of the moon and the planets. I find it's best to start with the actual main planets because they're the ones which are immediate to us in our solar system, where the fixed stars are really interesting, but that should come later because their power for potency or effect is much less than, say, Mars is or Venus is or Mercury is to us. and Saturn and Jupiter. Those are all the ones you can see without binoculars. And obviously Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, you need you need a telescope to see those.
So you, at the beginning, you mentioned that we're entering the age of Aquarius. And it's to do with, raising awareness, our frequency is changing, we'll be more interested in love, we'll be more prone and open and activating things like manifestation, which is more 4 to 5D. Why don't you tell us, before we get into the age of Aquarius and what's to come, why don't you tell us the age before that, the one that we're just coming out of, I believe it's the age of Aries.
Well, actually, it's the age of Pisces. The age of Aries was the Roman period. And Plato referred to this as the great year. And we would call it the precession of the equinox. And every 2,200 years thereabouts, what happens, our position in the galaxy actually shifts. And so we go into, because every 72 years, we move 1 degree vis-a-vis the fixed stars. So it's a very slow, gradual shift. And over 24,000 years, actually, it's actually closer to 25, 26, we do a full rotation. And this it's called the Great Year. So let's take, for example, the age of Aquarius. We're coming out of the age of Pisces. Pisces is the fish, it's the Christian era. And we're going into a new era. And every time we go into a new era, the actual photon light, the light codes coming in from the different part of the galaxy that we move through changes. And this is one of the arguments why many of us feel we're going through an amazing period of ascension at the moment, is because really, the sun, for example, is a different color to what it was when we were younger. It was more yellow 20, 30 years ago, and now it's whiter. And I would argue that's one of the reasons why some of the dark practitioners have sought to color the skies, to darken the skies, actually to prevent us from going through this natural ascension process, which is what the age of Aquarius is about. And it's not going to stop. We are going to get there, even if we've been somewhat delayed due to the banking cartel and the global negative system of keeping us enslaved in a perceptual matrix. David Icke speaks very clearly on this in his book, The Trap and then The Dream. And many other great luminaries like Alex Collier speak about this too. And, we're really in a period where we're opening up to a galactic conversation. We're opening up to understanding there are other life forms out there. Pleiades, you mentioned Sirius before. There are countless other galactic entities. And we're coming to terms with that as we come out of our slumber, out of our ignorance. In some ways, light and darkness, light is knowledge and darkness is ignorance. And one other thing I'd say is to do with the more immediate cycles. So let's take Pluto. Pluto's in Aquarius now, moved in the other day. Last time Pluto was in Aquarius was the French Revolution and the American Declaration of Independence from Great Britain. Now, before that, if you go back another Pluto cycle, it was Galileo and Copernicus discovering heliocentricity and the fact that, we revolved around the sun rather than the sun revolved around us, and that sparked the scientific revolution. If you go back every Pluto cycle, there's one going further back where paper was invented and gunpowder was invented. You have these amazing cycles of sudden bursts of energy, of creativity. So here we are again, the beginning of the age of Aquarius, when Pluto and Mercury now have moved into Aquarius. Mars is following next week. It's a really exciting time, yes, for disclosure, but also for the creative process of we the people to be able to manifest our dreams.
Wow, very interesting. So let's talk about the royal family and the powers that be of the age of Pisces, because this is the age of fear, of greed, ego, and Aquarius is a completely different. It's a high frequency, it's love, it's abundance. Yeah. So what's happening now with the powers that be?
Well, it's really interesting. You see, I read symbols. That's why I love astrology. It's deeply symbolic. One looks at the glyphs and also one looks at the myth. I won't get into it now, but if you look at the myth of Ganymede, who was the cupbearer of Zeus, he spills the cup there and he should have got into trouble by Zeus, but actually Zeus forgives him. It's the whole point of the Aquarian age archetype is that people get the power back. And so that segues nicely into the conversation about any form of monarchy. And, I'm a Brit and I grew up very much, under the monarchy system and believing in it. So it's not personal, this, but the age of Aquarius is ushering in a collapse of those hierarchical structures. And you only have to look at the symbols of King Charles getting cancer. For me, that's a symbol, getting cancer. You know, he's being shuffled off, and Princess Kate getting ill at the right time. And, you know, the information is coming out that these systems do not serve the people in the 21st century in the new earth. And we're at this tipping point. And of course, you know, the great institutions like the BBC are going to keep us in the old perceptual matrix of fear, to keep us locked down, more face nappies and all that sort of stuff. Where really, at the end of the day, you know, this Leviathan, this monarchical system is going to die. You know, the head of Medusa is finally being severed from its corrupt and, you know, decadent body. And it's like the phoenix rising. In some ways, the archetype of Aquarius is the phoenix rising. You know, from the ashes, we shall rise, and we, the people, will be able to be truly free. We don't know what freedom is as a human species. We have forgotten what freedom is. We think it's, you know, a week's holiday in Turks and Caicos because I've worked so bloody hard to get that holiday, and I lie on the beach for a week and I'm free. No, that's not freedom. That's posh slavery. And so, you know, I mean, I've been mentored from afar by Barbara Marcinek, you know, The Bringers of the Dawn, amazing book. And she talks about this, that we are ushering in a new era of enlightenment, of peace. You know, that military industrial complex of keeping us in perpetual war is over. I mean, you know, people may not like the Orange Man, but when the Orange Man came to power in 2016, 2017, there were 10 theaters of war being fought on behalf of the United States and within the global system. By the time he left office, there were no wars being fought. That is just a fact. People may not like that because of their perceptual programming, but that is the truth. And so, you know, the astrology allows us to look at things a little bit more dispassionately, not get so personal, and see, right, we're at a time of a shift. How can we lean into it and make something really worthwhile for us, our children, our grandchildren, and our creativity?
So we are seeing the collapse of lots of information's coming out of the corruption of big pharma, drips and drabs, doctors, whistleblowers. We're seeing it with, you know, the royal family. The Queen dies. Yes, she was old, but then we've got King Charles now, who is got cancer, who was very good friends with Jimmy Savile, and then Prince Andrews was very good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. So and then he's got trials going on. So there's a thing here that's coming out. That why hasn't this come out 20, 30 years ago? So it's definitely coming out. People are not trusting the media. Now, we are going into this age of Aquarius, and you mentioned that this is a cycle that happens, and new things are born when we go through this cycle. Does that mean that when we come towards the end of the cycle, that history will be repeated? We will have wars in the future again?
So I personally don't believe that, because I think progress is like a helix. It's always coiling. And there are times when we go down, absolutely. And we've had definitely a depreciation of culture and civilization over many, many hundreds of years. That is no doubt. And the fake history saying that we've come from, you know, the Egyptian pyramids were built by slaves, you know, Hebrew slaves, and is to me absolute nonsense. No, those were leftovers of a civilization that was far more sophisticated than ours. But notwithstanding that, I think we're definitely at a stage where we're in a position now to progress to such an extent where it's like the law of it's the law of consistency. We teach our children everything we know, and obviously it's appropriate. They teach their children. So by the time we leave the age of Aquarius, to answer your question, there is no way that we could go back to some three-dimensional negative polarity of war, where the consciousness on the planet is so high, we could only go one way. And we may go off in different directions. That's where we have choice, and different civilizations, different inventions. But we will move out of perpetual war. We have been kept in a matrix of dark, dark satanic war. And this is when I go quite, 5D and galactic. The influence of some of the negative ET entities, like some negative parts of the Orions and the Greys, and obviously the Anunnaki, they have had influence on us. I mean, isn't it? People have to ask these big questions. Why can't we fly over the Arctic and Antarctica? Why is Antarctica so out of bounds? And, you know, there are some seriously important portals down there, as well as military bases. And, you know, we've all read about General Byrd and his discoveries and the situation there. You know, when we start to really open up to our history, his story, we realize that we haven't really been told it all. And this is part of the Age of Aquarius, is the massive disclosure that we're going to be able to partake in today.
No, interesting. When some people are listening to this, and they might say, how do we know about the Anunnaki or the Orion or the Andromedans, of these, entities who are much more, advanced than us. Some of them are, lots of them are very good, and lots of them can be bad, and they want to control us. What do you say to them when they demand some type of evidence?
I mean, I think the thing is, certainly I've read a lot of Edgar Cayce, and his evidence to me is very overwhelming when he's turned, under the subconscious, he's put people into, the semi-conscious, and much information has come out from these stories. I mean, many, many people have shared stories. The fact that the mainstream media hasn't sought to share these stories with the collective, which keeps the skepticism going, for me is very deliberate. And I certainly have come across many people whose stories are very, very convincing. And I personally have had two experiences in my life with non-terrestrials, which were very physical and positive in my mind. So I definitely know it's there. But I am still naturally a skeptic. I mean, I don't believe everything I listen to. And I think we have to use our heart and use our intuition. But for me, it's not so much about whether that's right about the Andromedans or not. The issue is humans are innately good. I don't believe that humans are innately bad. I believe there have been entities that have kept us in a perceptual reality to think that we are not who we think we are. And so I know when I move around, I've been to over 90 countries, I get around, talk to a lot of people. The vast majority of humans are really good, loving people. And why then doesn't the government reflect that? To me, that's the question we should be asking. Because because we know what the answer is. Then there's some corruption within the higher echelons of government. And that has been the case, because otherwise that government would reflect we the people. And the more we can realize that we've been manipulated, we can see that manipulation. We say, no, we're not playing in your sandpit. We're not doing that. We're going to do it our way. And we're going to elect people who are deeply, deeply authentic, who don't need to be blackmailed, who don't need to have, to be paid. They can often, work because they passionately believe in service, or maybe they have their own money to do it. They can't be bribed. And I think we're going to be going into a world like that as we raise our frequency, because when we raise our frequency, we have a different perspective and a different understanding of our reality. And so we have also different morals, and we become more authentic, we become more loving, and we become more free. And so that whole frequency rises up. So we actually end up changing. It's almost like our epistemology, our ontology, it shifts.
I mean, how long? Well, where would you see, you see us in 5 to 10 years, the world? Do you think we would see this in our lifetime? Do you think we might see a very, very small change in the next 10 years? Is it going to be gradual? What are your thoughts?
So before I answer that specifically, I just want you and your listeners to glance back to, I just arbitrarily say 2016 when the timeline changed. Because, for the first time ever, a man got elected in the United States who was not placed there. And that is just the truth. He was not placed there by the political establishment. And if you think how far we have come as a global population, some more faster than others, of course, depending on their awakening process, is phenomenal. We were all sleepy poos 10 years ago. I mean, I speak for myself, and this one was the David Ickes of this world. I mean, before 2016, I had not figured out very much. I had a few hunches and all that. And I think especially since 2020, since the fake planned pandemic, the lockdown, human beings, a lot of them, sadly not enough, but it's growing exponentially, have really started to ask questions and to realize that no, the government, the authorities are not serving the people. Before that, many of us thought they were. And that's where we were in the dark, our ignorance. And so I see the change happening pretty quickly. It's already started to happen. I think this year is going to be pretty fast. I mean, I'm already seeing disclosure happening on a massive scale in the last 2 weeks. I think it's going to be a big culmination around November, because something has to happen, with the election. And I believe it's going to be a massive landslide in the United States for Mr. Trump. I know he won in a massive landslide last time, but it couldn't play out that way for the reasons I don't fully understand, and I'm okay not knowing. I mean, part of my freedom is being able to say I don't know, but but I'm seeking to be awake. I'm seeking to. I have a piece of the jigsaw puzzle, as does you, as does Tom, Dick, and Harry, and that's the new civilization. We put it together and we create it.
No, absolutely, definitely. I think our awareness as it's expanding, that's what they mean when they say nothing can stop what's coming, because it's just going to expand and expand, and it doesn't matter what happens, even in the political realm. I think once our consciousness just expands, there will be no room for these evildoers in the world, and we will just overpower them. That's what I personally think. Interesting, very, very interesting. Well, George Lewis, thank you so much for sharing everything with us today. That's really lovely. I really enjoyed that. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Maybe I could say, for any of you who are still a little bit in fear, or feel tired and waiting and maybe losing a little bit of hope because this has taken quite a long time, I have a lot of hope. And I see a huge amount of evidence of the new earth being born. And it's going to become more physically manifest, more physically visible very, very soon. So join me in being hopeful, because the more we can hope and remain in that frequency of intention, our thoughts become our reality. We really can help create the new earth.
Well, thank you very much, George. And we'll speak again very soon. You take care and God bless. Bye-bye.
God bless. Bye-bye.
All right. Nicholas Benyamin, George Lewis. There's a couple of things that he said there that I was gonna pause it to make a smart ass remark, but I'll let it rest this time because frankly I forgot. Yeah, it's I have to agree that we are going to see a lot of things, and we'll just have to watch and see. All right, up next, Melissa Redpill. Here we go. Jumping in, both feet.
My daddy served in the army. We lost his right eye, and he flew a flag out in our yard. Till the day that he died, my mom, my brother, my sister, and me, to grow up and live forever in the land of the free. This nation that love is falling under attack. Their mighty sacrifice came from somewhere in the back.
All right, I got to turn the volume down here because we don't want to get in no trouble for this. I've always liked Toby Keith, but at the same time, I have to ask where just because you show a little bit of patriotism in your music doesn't mean that you can't be under the influence of something more demonic. And frankly, the fact that Taylor Hicks got his start through him, or Taylor Swift, I'm sorry, Taylor Hicks. I'm thinking of Taylor Hicks, totally different guy. And it's a dude, not a he, she, or it.
Yes,
Or
I hope you guys are having a great day. Thank you, Mr. Toby Keith, now in glory and with the Lord. And I'm so thankful for him, for his faith and all that he did for patriotism in our country, and the songs continue on earth. So thankful for him and what he did for our country and for our world. So yeah, I'm glad to be here with you guys. I'm getting a little more hang of this. Hey, I see the live chat now. There you are. Okay, did you notice Into the Light movie, they scrolled past a Bible at the end, and the verse about the sign of the Son of Man was underlined? What? I didn't know that. No, thank you so much for that, Miss Jacobs. Thank you. I know you have my email. Email me the link to that, Into the Light. That's awesome. So yeah, I need to look at that. That's super cool. Thank you so much for that. I love everybody being able to share this great stuff with me. Awesome. Hey, from Wales. Awesome. That's so great. I'm glad you guys are here. We are going to talk about lots of winning. Who wants to talk about winning? I do. If you're new here, so glad you're here. This is the Freedom Force Battalion. We have been looking at the 17 posts and the current events and President Trump's tweets in the light of God's word, because this is literally biblical what we are experiencing. This is the great day we've been waiting for all our lives. We just didn't know it because we were so brainwashed, but this is the great day. And so if you want to know more about how it's biblical, go to freedomforce.live, freedomforce.live. And I have 1,000 videos over there so you can learn about the truth about end times. And I have these books, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, about the fatal wound that was healed. If you guys have any questions based upon what you've read in these books or any of my videos, go ahead and put them in the comment section. I'm going to try to follow it. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try. And so I wanted to see if I could answer any questions to the best of my ability. End Times Major Clues from Minor Prophets. Those minor prophets told us, and I was just shared a verse on our social media yesterday about how it said that the Lord would do this just as he had told the prophets, just as he had told through the prophets. And we now see through it. We see what they were saying, that we would one day wake up, that we would push back, just like Toby Keith was singing about, and the hellfire is going to rain down on them as he was singing in the song, and it's going to be bad for them, not for us. And also how this is biblical. We are seeing the walls of Jericho coming down. We are seeing we are the Gideon army of 300 fighting against thousands, tens of thousands of powerful ones. We're seeing all that happening. And the audiobooks are right here. If you prefer to listen to audiobook, I think it's sometimes easier to hear it in my head, how it it took a minute to unravel this, but because they had us all tangled up. Let's get started with Saudi Arabia. You know, so much on my heart, to see to have the people of Gaza to stop the genocide of the people of Gaza. And this is what all the world realizes, except for so many people still in America. But we're awake now. We finally realized that, and so many of the people on TikTok that I have a renewed appreciation for, they realize that this is evil. The evil cabal is literally trying to wipe them off the map so they can completely gobble up the land. And the horrors that have been done to these people are more than I care to say. I appreciate Saudi Arabia actually coming out and saying, because Blinken is over there on a tour trying to deal with the Israeli conflict, whatever. But he realizes that the people in the Middle East are not buying it. They're not going to support Israel wiping off the Palestinians off the map. They're not going to buy into it, not doing it. And so, because they know that they're next, and that we would all be next if we don't put a stop to them. Saudi Arabia says it will not establish diplomatic relations with Israel without the creation of a Palestinian state. After a meeting between the Saudi Arabia's crown prince and the U.S. Secretary of State, the Saudis reiterated that you went too fast. What did it say? They reiterated their calls for a recognized independent Palestinian state. In Qatar, Blinken highlighted a time-bound two-state solution. With regards to specifically to normalization. Let me see if I can make this where you can hear him. Let me see.
Crown Prince reiterated Saudi Arabia's strong interest in pursuing that. But he also made clear what he had said to me before, which is that in order to do that, two things are required. An end to the conflict in Gaza and a clear, credible, time-bound path to the establishment of a Palestinian state.
I want to make sure. Can you guys hear me now? I think I locked up. I think I froze up. Hope I'm good now. But yeah, so that's really great. I appreciate Saudi Arabia pushing back and trying to protect the people of Gaza. And they have a very strong voice and obviously the oil. And so they have a lot of clout, a lot of power in the region. So I really appreciate them doing that. Can you guys hear me? Give me okay, all clear. Thank you so much, QFA. So I don't know if you missed anything, but bottom line, Saudi Arabia is pushing hard back on to protect the people of Gaza, which, we just continue to pray for them, because it's awful what has happened to them for so long, and the whole world really just has to fight for them. Okay, this happened yesterday, and I know that you were probably as aggravated as I was when you see. I don't know. Okay, this is a separate vote on the screen, but when Mayorkas did not get impeached. I'm like, these people are pointless, useless, and what is wrong with these people? What is the problem? Well, this is an interesting thing, and I don't have the actual screenshot, but it was like 215 to 215 vote to impeach Mayorkas. Okay, and so like 3 lame brain Republicans voted not to impeach him. I don't even know which ones those are. Whatever, I haven't looked into it. But the point is, then they had a vote again, and it went down. It was 214 to whatever. So we lost by 1 vote. So what was going on with that? So he explains here what happened. They're going to come back and do another vote, maybe, this week, next week, whenever it is, because I think Al Green, Democrat, came from the hospital from having surgery so he could vote to protect Mayorkas. But Steve Scalise, for one reason or another, I don't know why either, he was not able to make it. And so bottom line, it was razor thin. So what Blake did is he allowed this to be brought up again. So we didn't go into a tie, which was basically a loss. So they can do it again. Okay, here in another week or two. He'll say it better than I do. Check it out.
That Blake Moore, the Republican from Utah, he moved to reconsider the vote. This is after he switched his vote from yes to no. The reason that's important is that this was going down at 215 to 215. By rule, a tie vote loses in the House of Representatives. So why would Blake Moore, who's now the vice chair of the Republican conference, who wants to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, switch his vote to no? Well, if you just have a straight vote, a tie vote here, it's off the table. It's done. Fiend, 30. But if you switch your vote to the prevailing side, in this case, the noes, so Blake Moore, member of the leadership, switches his vote to the prevailing side, the noes, they are able to recall this vote at some point. Maybe not tonight, maybe not in the next few days, maybe when they get Steve Scalise, the majority leader, back, maybe if they win that special election on Long Island next week, if they win, they might have the votes to impeach. So Blake Moore is not necessarily against impeachment, but what he did is he switched so he was on the prevailing side. They didn't have the votes. Otherwise, this was a done deal at 215 to 215.
Chad is.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you guys? Okay. So basically, it's still on the table to be able to vote it, to be brought up for a vote again once we have these other people who can come in and push it over the finish line. It's just Congress is such a mess. It must be so aggravating to be a patriot up there and try to fight for something as simple as, our border, which it's really outrageous. Thankfully, the border bill is DOA. So that's great news. Let me see if I have something about that. Okay, that's actually, you probably saw that already yesterday. I posted several times about it. Everyone's been talking about it. President Trump posts about it, and it's over. I just love it. I love it. And also he posts about Ronna, and Ronna's out of there. So she went ahead and resigned after one post from President Trump. He says, after I win South Carolina, we're going to talk about the RNC. And all of a sudden she knew the gig was up. She had to get out of there. All right. So so that's thankfully that border bill. It's not, even Mitch is not, pushing it through. So it's DOA. So hopefully Mayorkas will be gone. My question is, are they just going to have another person in there just as bad? You can get rid of Mayorkas, but are you going to get another person just as horrible? So I guess we'd have to approve the secretary of whatever his title is. We'd have to, somebody tell me what the name of the secretary is, the title is, but we'd have to get approval from Congress for that. And now that we control Congress, maybe we can get someone who's not as creepy as he is and evil. All right. So now I just had to laugh about this. You guys, this whole Putin thing, they don't want anyone to hear what Putin has to say for himself. They want to tell everyone what Putin thinks and says and does, which is typical typical. That I'm sure that's happened to you too, and it's happened to me for sure. And someone will badmouth you, but they don't want to actually hear what you have to say for yourself. So that's Putin has really been lambasted by the mainstream media in America, but they don't want Tucker to give him the ability to speak for himself. I have listened to Putin for years, and sometimes it's not so easy. You have to read, it's not always in English, and so you have to read through as they're doing it. I've had videos where I've shown that. If you go back and look on freedomforce.live and you go into the categories right here, you'll just search for Putin under videos, playlists, and you'll see, various times where I just go through line by line exactly what he has to say. And the man is not who the mainstream media has purported him to be. So this was great.
It's gonna be like on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light.
Oh my goodness, that makes me laugh so hard. I got up and I was dancing around the room last night about when I saw that. It's like these gangsters, our wonderful president and Putin and Tucker, they are just exposing these criminals who've been running everything. It's just a beautiful thing. So enjoy the show, okay? There's so many things you can look at that are, the glass half full, but let's look at the things that are really working well for us. And we've got a lot to be thankful for, a lot of great things that are happening. All right, so I want you to hear Tucker, what he said about going over to Russia. He goes ahead and announces that he has interviewed Putin, and so which we all knew. But anyway, so let's see what he has to say.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir.
Okay, I want to make sure you guys can hear him. Can you hear him?
Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously. So we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and has depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances, and the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren.
Biblical. I just want to add into that. This is biblical. This is world-changing, life-altering. This is huge, especially the dollar. Well, we know from the board that the central banks will no longer be controlled by these criminals. Every country will have their own currency backed by hard assets, gold, silver, etc. And so they will no longer be under the whim and the control of these evil ones. And Putin is one of the clearly one of the countries in the BRICS nations that have already gotten off of this cabal merry-go-round. The cabal knows that they are losing their power over the currency in the world, and this is what it spells the end of them. And he's not going to go into that, but I will, because I can. I'm the Bible lady, and I can. And he's got to still walk a fine line, as much as he's just going over to Russia.
Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they have done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not.
That's awesome. Fawning pep sessions. It's all everything I see. How many times have I said this? This is all so controlled. Everything they do is all so controlled. You know, they know the questions ahead of time, and it's all just this fawning pep session. And that was the first wake up call I had, and probably you too. Is that, you know, I knew they were. It wasn't what I was hearing; it was what I was not hearing. For example, I mean, I guess my first wake up call back in 2016 was, I'm like, wait a minute. And now I realize the Bushes are evil. And all that they have done against our country, starting with, you know, JFK's assassination, and, you know, they fawned over them. Those fawning pep sessions, as he's saying, they allowed, you know, all him to go on and on without telling us the truth about what he had done, what had happened, what the truth was about the Iraq War, all these things. You know, it's that's the problem, and that's why we are the digital soldiers. We are the news now, because we tell the side that they won't tell. We tell the truth, all right, about it, and help people to piece it together, like Gaza, what really happened in Gaza and in Israel. Okay, so thank you, Tucker. I can't wait to see the interview. Oh my goodness, it's going to be explosive. It's going to be the gangsta time. Yes, awesome. Yeah, I love you guys. I'm so glad you're here. Hey, Rhonda, Dawn, I'm glad to see you here too. Songbird, all of you guys, I'm glad you're here with me. So yeah, don't forget, if you're new, if you're just jumping on, if you see that you want to, if there's any questions that you have, you want to say, hey, I've got a question about end times, or, you know, I'm not an expert on a lot of things, but I do know the word pretty well, and I know specifically about end times. So if there's anything that you have a question about, give me a shout, put it in there, and I'll try to answer it. I'll try. All right. So President Trump just said this. I want to hear what you guys have to say in the comments, in the chat. What do you guys think about what he said about Bud Light? Listen, I'll read it out. The Bud Light ad was a mistake of epic proportions. Hello. That really was epic proportions. And for that, a very big price was paid.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
I can give you plenty that are.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I'm
all of these things, whatever he comes out with, it's blasted out from every corner. And so every people group is supporting him now, wanting to hear what he has to say, because they realize that they've lied about Putin, they've lied about him. So what if he did? If he made a list of all the companies to basically boycott. I have a list on my channel of the companies to boycott, and it's on freedomforce.live, I think, /boycott. And also we are boycotting all the horrible products that are killing us, making us so sick, and we didn't even know it. So go over there if you haven't done that before. Go over to and you learn all about how to get off of their evil products. Anyway, but what if President Trump did that? What if he did that? That would be, they would be crying in their beer, so to speak. But he is saying that Anheuser-Busch is not a woke company. Why not? Why not go ahead and release this list of all these companies that are evil? Why not? The radical left does it viciously to well-run conservative companies and people like Mike Lindell trying to destroy MyPillow, right? They do this all the time, and we don't play their game. We don't do that generally. I mean, I do. I put it out on my thing. But anyway, President Trump has not done that. Very nasty, but it's the way they play the game. On the other hand, Anheuser-Busch spends, listen, this is pretty compelling, $700 million a year with our great farmers. I guess that's to buy all the grain. Employs 65,000 Americans, of which 1,500 are veterans. They're a founding corporate partner of Folds of Honor, which provides scholarships for families of fallen servicemen and women. They've raised over $30 million and given 44,000 scholarships. Anheuser-Busch is a great American brand that perhaps deserves a second chance, question mark. What do you think? Deserves a second chance? What do you think? Perhaps instead we should be going after those companies that are looking to destroy America. Okay, so my first thing is this. Okay, first of all, y'all don't know this about me. I never drink. I don't know. I just never acquired the taste for it. So if they're waiting on me, they're waiting on me to be able to to help support Anheuser-Busch. They'll have to wait a long time because I think I've had like literally y'all one beer. I don't even think I finished it. I tried to drink one. I was like, this stuff just doesn't taste good. But I never acquired the taste for any kind of alcohol. Anyway, so but that's whatever. I don't mind if someone drinks. That's fine. It's just for me. It's just not something that I care for. Anyway, so first of all that, and then second of all, they got to get rid of that CEO. Have they gotten rid of her? I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe if somebody does, go ahead and post it in there. If they got rid of the CEO, I don't know, but that woke transgender person should never have been put in that position as the CEO to do such a thing as putting Dylan Mulvaney on there. Just horrifying. And all the great thing is with this happening, all the other companies are awake to realize we better not do that because look what happened to Anheuser-Busch, and the people have not forgotten. There are some that are buying it who are still asleep, whatever. The point is they lost a huge market share over that fail of epic proportions. What President Trump call it? Mistake of epic proportions. But he is saying we should let them back. They should deserve a second chance. It's what it appears that he's leaning toward because of all the other things they've learned their lesson. Now, but the funny thing is President Trump, he doesn't drink either. He doesn't drink. Y'all know that. He doesn't drink. I wanted to mention that the Nazarites, like Samson, in my book, the 17 Bible stories, I tell the story of Samson and how he brought down the two columns, right? Remember the two columns? Remember, what do those stand for? You guys remember? The church and the state, right? The religious institutions and the government institutions. And he brought down both of them that had been hijacked and all the people were killed. Samson didn't drink. Samson was a Nazarite. He didn't cut his hair. Anybody else who has long hair? Maybe President Trump. And he didn't drink like President Trump. Isn't that interesting? Interesting. So, all right. So I want you to see that. And I just want to hear what your thoughts are. It's hard to forgive. Especially if on such a thing as that, because it would look like an intentional effort to try to destroy America. Who's gone? This is the CEO. Just Janet. Sorry, 64. So the CEO is gone. Good. All right. Well, all right. I'll just tell you this: if President Trump says to do it, I might go have a beer. I might go buy some. Whatever he says, I just completely trust him. I trust the plan. I trust the white hats. I trust all that. I trust the Lord and what he is doing. All right. So the next thing, the posse. I find it interesting that Bannon calls us so many of the patriots the posse. Let's talk about the posse. Let me do this first. Let me show you on the board where if you go to the letter QANON.pub, you can look at all the posts, and on there you can look up the word POSSE, Posse Comitatus, COMITATUS. I'm going to read to you the two posts about that. The first one is post 4521 from June 25th, 2020. So this was one of the later posts. We started October 2017. And so here you've got this post here that's come along, well into it in 2020, and he really wasn't posting that much more. Like I said, this is 4521. This is way into it. Almost there aren't that many posts after 4521. All right. So on this one, there was an amendment that Shifty Schiff tried to bring up before the government to amend Title 18 of the U.S. Code. He did this as a House Resolution 7297, and look what he was trying to do. Catch this. I know it's a little bit small. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, actually I can. Okay. All right, so he moves me. All right. So to amend Title 18 U.S. Code to prohibit the use of armed force under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of a military department as a posse comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws for other purposes. So basically, if you read all into the details, he's trying to remove this as a power of the president to bring out the military, basically to federalize the state troops. You've got state troops, you've got federal troops. If you can federalize so that they would be under the president's command as the commander in chief, if you can do that, then that can give the federal, troops, a run for their money. And I'm not picking on the people who are in the Army or the Navy or the Air Force. I'm not picking on them because they just basically do as they are told. But imagine those at the top, all these Secretary of Defense and all them, if they realized that the state troops were federalized and we're pushing back on anything they want to do, such as the border, then they would back off. They would have to back off. Does that make sense? So that's basically what the posse comitatus is. It's a power of the president. Okay. So, but Shifty Schiff wanted that to be removed so that he would not have that power. The president would not have that power. And so it says here, worth tracking. You can go in there and see this link, the Posse Comitatus Act, 18 U.S. Code Section 1385, an original intent of which was to end the use of federal troops to police, in this case, it was to police state elections when this was first initiated. And I think this was right at the time of the Civil War with Lincoln. I think it was. And I think it was because they were trying to remove him from the ballot. Hello. Same thing. In former Confederate states. It was actually maybe afterward. Anyway, prescribes the role of the Army and Air Force in executing civil laws in states. Key exceptions to the Posse Comitatus Act. Pursuant to the presidential power to quell domestic violence, federal troops are expressly exempt from the prohibitions of Posse Comitatus Act, and this exemption applies equally to active duty military and federalized National Guard troops. You notice down at the border, we have the Texas National Guard. They are the ones who are telling that, basically, you cannot come into here. We are controlling this area. Okay, so this is already, we're getting a little taster of this being in action. And I think, again, with President Trump's truths, he posted something, and the very next day or that very same day, the National Guard, from all these other states joined with Texas to go to the border. Interesting. So what is Adam Schiff trying to prevent? Everything you are witnessing centrally revolves around the presidential election of 2020, when by any means necessary. Of course, they're trying to do whatever they can to prevent us from getting the power. As I shared on the video yesterday, stupid Biden was saying, if you're going to come against the government, you better have an F-16. In other words, we're the bully and you do as you're told because you don't have the power to come against us. Well, if President Trump federalizes National Guard, the state National Guard, then we do have the power. Cool? Okay. Our forefathers knew. They knew these people were dangerous and they could not be trusted. And that's why they gave us all these abilities to push back on them, because they fought King George of all things. All right. So I wonder, do you guys have any yes. Okay. Thank you for making these comments. Thank you for that. So if you have any comments about the Posse Comitatus, let me know. Okay. So here's another post. Here's several images from post 2646 on January 5th, 2019. And so, of course, the African American community adored President Trump, of course, until he ran for president. And of course, he's done so much for the African American community. It's all about the cabal. So let me see. At the very end, it says, "This is a war against globalism, a war to retain sovereignty, our country's sovereignty." We already know that our Constitution was hijacked, and they, on paper, took away our sovereignty. We know, if you don't know about that, go on my channel again to freedomforce.live, go to the video playlist and search Act of 1871, and you'll see more about that. But, this is a fight to get our sovereignty, where we are a sovereign nation and have our own powers, or free people standing on the land. Again, whenever you see a verse about the land, that's talking about a free man, a free woman standing on the land as a free sovereign person and not a slave. Divide those who police and safeguard against the people they are sworn to protect. Chaos. Make the people fight themselves versus original targets, versus the old guard. They're trying to get us at each other's throats. Fake news push of racism, fascism, sexism, and every other ism against those seeking to end globalism in favor of nationalism. We're trying to end globalism in favor of a nationalism, pride of heritage and culture, preservation and security and safety. And it's designed to keep you submissive. Well, you can't fight against us because you'd have to have an F-16, right? Like stupid Biden says. Why did these employ and use racism as their go-to tactic when an argument or narrative cannot factually be substantiated, right? Because they know it works. Everybody shuts up. Same thing with anti-Semitism. If you call you a anti-Semite, then everybody just gets scared to pieces because they don't want to be destroyed. And because it's worked for years. POTUS and the Black community pre-candidacy. What about post-candidacy? Changed their view completely. Reconcile that. Why is that? They want you divided, controlled, submissive sheep. And the very last sentence is Posse Comitatus Act. How about that? That's about President Trump, or any Trump, or any Trump, or any president, federalizing National Guard troops. All right. So I want you to see that, what it says on the board. Those are the two posts that use that phrase, Posse Comitatus. So now I want you to see what happened in Congress. I think this was just yesterday. So today is the 7th of February. So this was on the 6th. So I want you to hear what he has to say on this. So they are flipping out because they're afraid he's going to do this. And they've tried everything in the world to keep him from winning, and they can't seem to do that. So check it out.
That he would use the government to suppress speech, which presumably is what you were arguing for, free speech. You said very clearly that he would do so. In fact, he's reportedly planning to use the Insurrection Act, a law that gives the president nearly unchecked power to use military as a domestic police force to target those who publicly protest against him, presumably using their free speech rights in the Constitution. Much of this seems to be coming from an organization here in Washington, a think tank that's put together a program called Project 2025, which essentially would use executive orders that would deploy the military domestically using the Insurrection Act. And
It's basically, they call it the Insurrection Act. Same thing. Okay.
Professor Eisen, a while ago, you wanted to talk about the Insurrection Act and how it might be used by the former and wannabe president once again. Could you speak to that and the trouble that the Insurrection Act could bring to free speech here in America?
Thanks, Mr. Garamendi. The Insurrection Act, as members on both sides of the aisle know, was enacted in 1792 and grants the president the authority to deploy the U.S. military domestically and use it against Americans under certain conditions. It's the primary exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, under which federal military forces are generally banned from participating because of the danger, because it betrays that core American idea that we won't use our military against our own people on our own soil.
Well, and so the military, the National Guard, would go against basically the standing army, the federal army that they have built up. Do you think maybe this is why some people are not joining the military? I don't think they have a problem joining the National Guard, because they're all for protecting the states from the oppressive force. Interesting. So he's saying, and you wouldn't want to have our country at odds with each other. It's a wild deal what this is talking about.
Unfortunately, the Insurrection Act does not contain definitions of key terms like insurrection, rebellion, domestic violence. Put aside the imminent danger of a president formerly in the White House who's seeking to return to the White House, who has made the kind of alarming statements. Irrespective of party, it should be an absolute imperative to modernize and update and limit the utilization of this dangerous statutory tool, but it's particularly urgent given the threats that the former president has made. And when you put those threats in context of what people who say these things have done around the world, and indeed who have said these kinds of things, they mean them. So I think it is important, urgent. If there's one thing, if I could ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, if there's just one thing we could do that we could agree on, Americans, and it goes fundamentally to conservative principles about limiting government and the danger of government and the power of executive overreach. Please update, limit, confine, constrain the Insurrection Act. Bring it back into accord with fundamental America.
Does he look nervous? Does he look nervous to you? Please make sure that the federal government has the power to squash the states. That's really what the Civil War was about, is the states would do whatever they were told by the federal government. And we knew when we joined together as the United States, we had sovereign states that united together for just a few things, for for a standing army to protect ourselves from, enemies, basically foreign enemies. But then their guns got trained on to the states and told them, you do this or else. And here, that's the problem. He is part of this power structure. He is of a certain nationality that is trying to control our country. He said yesterday it would just be what was the word he used? It would be disaster or something like that if all the SES, the 50,000 deep state employees were canned. Probably most of them aren't even doing anything. They probably aren't even showing up to work. It's just it's a money pit. But enough of them are being used by the cabal to stymie any freedom, just to squash the American people and to steal from us and all that. So yeah, he wants the status quo. He wants the federal government to be able to control. They've been working on this for many years. They don't want it to be stopped now, and they know. They know that the Posse Comitatus Act, the Insurrection Act, would give us the power to get the control back to the states and not be under the boot of the federal government. How about that? Yes, a whole new government is waiting in the wings. Yes, awesome. I love that, Coach Ryder. Thank you so much for these great comments. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's this is going to be a beautiful thing. It's going to. 17 said that the masses tend to panic in these types of situations. So this is a very important information for us to understand so that we can help people not to panic. Say, look, we are trying to wrestle the power out of the hands of the federal government. We had to see what they would do, literally opening the border to anyone and everyone, the cartels and all the rest of it. And they have to, people have realized that the federal government is out of control. They have taxed us into oblivion, debt up to over our heads. They've, tried to destroy our country through stolen elections and basically taking the black people are saying that they want the new people coming in, the immigrants coming in, to be able to, to basically switch out their votes. They don't need the African American vote anymore. We see what's happening with them giving money to people who just come across the border and letting them get away with terrible crimes, and they're just letting them get away with it. I mean, people realize that the government is out of control. It's not a one-off thing. It's not a random thing. It's everywhere, every day, continual stream of it. All right, so I think that was everything on the Posse Comitatus. I still want to hear your comments if you guys have any other thought. Yeah, me too. I want my tax refund. Think of it as a bank account. Think of it as a savings account. All that money is coming back to you. The wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. This is what the Lord has said. All that money is coming back to you. So just hang on tight. I love it. Yes, that seize their assets. We will, KP Huff. We will. They will be left penniless and helpless, as the Lord told us through Habakkuk. Remember, if you haven't seen my videos on Habakkuk, the minor prophets told us exactly what was going to happen. All right, I think that's everything. Now, I want you to see, this is from Revelation 13. Okay, and for those of you who've read the book, you know about this. But for those of you who haven't, I want to just give you a little hint on what I believe this is talking about. This, it talks about in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, the beast whose fatal wound was healed. Now, I go into all this in the book, and like I said, on the videos. And this was in my first book. This is in the book End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace, which basically decodes the book of Revelation. Okay, but I want to focus on this little piece of it right now. Chapter 13, verse 3. I saw one of the heads of the beast seemed wounded beyond recovery. Okay, so there's two beasts. There's one of the land and one of the sea, whatever. So this is the one of the sea, and he's got 7 heads and 10 horns and 10 crowns on his horns. Crowns is authority, and horns is about power. Okay, so basically they're just times 7. They just it's a 7 represents perfection, but basically they just have complete authority to do all this evil in the world. But one of the heads seemed wounded beyond recovery. One of the heads, there's 7 heads, one of them, but that fatal wound was healed. What is this talking about? Clearly, it's not a monster, right? What is this talking about? It's clearly symbolic. What is this talking about? This fatal wound was healed. The whole world marveled at this miracle and gave allegiance to the beast. They worshiped the dragon for giving the beast such power. Of course, the dragon is Satan. They have satanic authority. They have satanic power. And they think it's from all these satanic rituals that they do. And they have done evil that I don't even want to say. Okay, the evil that they have done with children, etc. It's awful. They love to take something that's perfect and beautiful and precious and destroy it. That's just what demons do. So they worshipped. Everyone worshipped the beast because they're like, look, they've got satanic power to rule the world, and they do look like it's impossible to stop them. Who's as great as the beast? Who's able to fight against him? So, what is this wound that was healed? This is what I believe it is. I believe during World War II, the whole world is having this gigantic war. At that point, it should have been obvious who our enemy was. This is what I think was the point of this war. There's a video. It's kind of controversial. I'm trying to think what's the name of it. Hang on. It's called Europa. You might check it out. I'm watching it. It's got a lot of controversial things in it. You might check it out. Europa. And I might do a whole video on it, but just stay tuned because I'm only like halfway through. All right. Anyway, and you can watch it too and just see if this is something you have questions about. The point is, these Nazis, because NWO does not stand for New World Order, but Nazi World Order. These people who they were trying to stop they not only were not stopped in World War II, they proliferated. We know this from Operation Paperclip, where they came in and just, what was the other one? Operation, you guys remind me, what's the other one? Operation Paperclip and Operation Mockingbird. Mockingbird is where they infiltrated the mainstream media. Operation Paperclip is where they infiltrated all the government. Okay. And if you look, they're everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Y'all know what I'm saying. So their fatal wound was healed, that they did not get crushed and destroyed after all the world had a world war. The whole world comes along and they slip out like a slippery snake and go on their merry way and proliferate like a dandelion, where they just poof and they're everywhere all over the world and controlling these governments. As I talked about the other day, if you're not familiar with the horsemen, the white horse is where they become the puppet leaders all over the world. This is one of the ways they've destroyed us, is tried to destroy us, is they put their puppet leaders all over the world. That's the white horse of the four horsemen, the one who's riding the white horse. Now, this is what I believe has happened after World War II, and the fatal wound was healed, and they were allowed to continue, and they got great power. It says the beast was allowed to speak great blasphemies against God. He was given authority to do whatever he wanted for 42 months. That's not an exact number. This is if you remember on my biblical astronomy, I talk about 42 being the number of the period of time that Jupiter does its loop. It's a gestation period. 42 weeks is a gestation period, but 42 is this biblical number. He spoke terrible words. It's the same as times and half a time. It's the same as 3.5 years. It's the same as what's the other thing? It's the same as something else. There's another term for it. But anyway, these are all indicative of the loop of Jupiter. Jupiter doing its what's the word? It's where it's a time of battle. Think of it as a battle, as a period of battle. He spoke terrible words of blasphemy against God, slandering his name and his dwelling, that is, those who dwell in heaven. And the beast was allowed to wage war against God's holy people and to conquer them. And he was given authority to rule over every tribe, people, and language and nation. They have been. And all the people who belong to this world worship the beast. They just followed along, did whatever they were told. Some of them joining in league. And all the people who, and those are the ones whose names were not written in the book of life that belonged to the Lamb, who were slaughtered before the world was made. Anyone who has ears to hear should listen and understand. There are a lot. Remember, Jesus kept saying that? Those who have ears to hear. A lot of people don't have ears to hear. I'm very thankful that we have the ears to hear. Y'all feeling me? Right? I'm so glad the Lord has allowed us to have the ears to hear. Anyone who is destined for prison will be taken to prison. Anyone destined to die by the sword will die by the sword. So that means God's holy people must endure persecution patiently and remain faithful. So this is where it's talking about. I really think that that's what it's meaning there. I'm going to read one other thing to you so you are encouraged. The book of Revelation is not chronological. Very important point. Very, very important, because it's not just going methodically through. It tells snippets. It'll tell the whole story, just maybe sometimes in one chapter, and you see the whole thing in one chapter. So it's not doing it chronologically. It's a very important key point to understanding the book of Revelation. So here is Revelation 11. I'm not going to go into it because I love this chapter. I'll get completely sidetracked, but it says the seventh angel blew his trumpet, and there were loud voices shouting in heaven, "The world has now become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he will reign forever." How about that, you guys? How about that? I'll take a heaping helping of that. Imagine that. The world, we're going to see it. We've lived. That's why I always say detox. Go to my health page, freedomforce.live/detox. Make my smoothies. Make all this and protect your health, because we want to see the kingdom come. His will be done on earth as it is in heaven, don't we? Who wants to? Me. I want to. Yes, amen. We give thanks to you, the Lord God Almighty, the one who is and who always was. For now you've assumed your great power and have begun to reign. Say it with me, everybody. Now you've assumed your great power and have begun to reign. Oh, I can't even wait. We've known our Lord Jesus is the King, but we want everyone to see it, every knee to bow and every tongue to confess that he's the King. We want every nation to bow and honor him and do what's right in his sight, don't we? Oh, You've now praise him. Oh, can you imagine, you guys? We're going to flip out. We're going to flip out. That's what we're going to do. I'm telling you now, we're going to flip out because he's going to assume his great power and begin to reign. And we're seeing just the beginning of it. That's why they're flipping out. They're flipping, and we're going to flip in a good way. The nations were filled with wrath. The nations of think of that as the cabal. Okay, they were filled with wrath, but now the time of your wrath has come. They have been doing everything to try to destroy humanity, and now the time of your wrath has come. It's time to judge the dead and to judge the dead, as in the dead to God. You know, we're alive to God. The Bible talks about we're alive to God. We walk with him. We talk with him. We live with in him we live and move and have our being. They are dead. They are walking dead. They live death. That's why they love to kill, because they have filled themselves with demons that are death. Okay. And it's time to reward your servants, the prophets, as well as your holy people and all who fear your name. That's us. This great reward that meek will inherit the earth. Those who love the Lord will inherit the earth. It's time to destroy all who caused this destruction on the earth. I love it. I love it. So yeah. So who loves that? Thank you so much, JQ. Hallelujah. Thy kingdom come. Awesome. Awesome. Very okay. I love it. If you guys have I don't think anyone had any questions. If you have anything that you wanted me to talk about, go ahead and post it. So I'll try to see it. If there's something like, oh, tell us about Revelation, 18 verse 7 or whatever that you're like, okay, I still don't get that. Just, I'll try my hardest to explain it. I think that's everything. Our time is running out. I'll try to keep this within an hour. This is where, don't forget, you can go onto Amazon and get these books for $2.99. You can email them to someone so easily and say, look, just please read this. It's not Brainiac. It's just, Melly's been teaching kindergartners. I've tried to write it in kindergarten language so that you can see it and just enjoy the truth of God's word. You might check out the book, Jesus, the Miracle Man. This is about, I think it's 9 people who met Jesus and how he transformed their lives. I think you'll really enjoy that too. Here's the video that we just have been doing for those who really want to learn about the end times and come out of the fear. We have been doing our, let me make it a little bit bigger. Right here, we've been doing our end times group studies. We're on number 9. I think this weekend we're doing number 10. And so you can go through together with us as we go verse by verse through the book. So definitely check into that if you haven't seen that already. We really need to be steeped in this. It's time. It's time. And I'm so thankful that the Lord helped me to piece this together. I think that's everything. Don't forget to support Mike Lindell. He's got 80% off on a bunch of items over here. To check it out and see if there's some things that you need for your family and friends. And I think that's it. Let's go ahead and pray. If anybody else have anything to shout out to me before we go, before we pray? I'm going to pray for all of you guys. Love you guys too. Love you guys so much. Okay, let's pray. Thank you again, Lord. We praise you and thank you and adore you because you are the King of the world and you are saving humanity. We see what you're doing step by step by step. We praise you that you, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that you are the Lord, and the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the waters fill the sea. We can't even wait. We can't wait. We are so excited. And we see by their panic. We see that they realize their end is very near. Oh, Lord, we can't even wait. So give us the strength, give us the courage to stand here and keep fighting. And as our wonderful president said, this is the end. This is the final battle. So we just pray that you'll just guide us through, protect our President Trump, protect all the white hats, those on the front lines. We pray you protect the National Guard. We pray that you protect even those military who are just good people in the Army, and that they will not follow the orders of the evildoers at the top. We pray for those in Gaza. You'll protect them, Lord, and strengthen them. Thank you for those who are standing up for them. And we just pray, Lord, that everyone will be set free throughout the whole world, that our financial system will be set free. I pray for everyone on the Freedom Force Battalion that you would continue to strengthen them and protect them and guide them, speak to them, help them know that you are there speaking to them and directing every step that they take. Pray you bless their families and bless their homes, bless their pocketbooks, bless their every tweet, every text, everything that they do. Bless it. And all those who are doing evil, Lord, we pray that you will bring them crashing down, that they will be exposed and routed and removed from the face of this earth so they can no longer do any more damage. Oh, and Lord, we pray for everyone's health. I pray that you would touch their bodies and strengthen them, show them exactly what to eat, what to drink, what to do for their bodies, what supplements to take, how to detox, everything they need to do so they protect themselves and their family. And we just pray all these things in your wonderful name, King Jesus, the King of the world. Amen. All right, love you guys. I love you so much. I guess that's it. I didn't see any questions, though. I guess I must be a pretty good teacher because I don't. Oh, wait a minute. I see this. I need to scroll down. Okay, I love it. I love it. Oh, yes, Mike Lindell for RNC chair. Yes, how about that? How about that? Mike Lindell for RNC chair. Wouldn't that be great? The man has so much to do. I don't even know how, but he gets a lot done. All right, I think that's it. Yes. Hey, Sonia, glad you're here. Even though you're late, you can watch whatever you missed on the replay. All right, keep praying for us. Pray for me so that we can get this truth out. Pray that the truth of the end times will go out, that it'll run. Just keep sharing all of our information. And I guess that's it. I love you guys, and I will talk to you later.
All right, that was Melissa Red Pill. That's funny. Look at that picture. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is that picture? Come on, come back up again. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ugh. Where is it? Come on. Come on, come on. Okay, you see that picture there? Okay. Picture that times 30. All right. Picture that times 30. Dog beds covering your floor from one end of the room to the other. and even though there's enough beds for everybody, there still isn't enough because somebody wants to get on somebody else's bed and push them off. Yeah. Imagine that. Okay, I got to bring this one over to here because I want this one to be our next video. And I think that this is kind of important. This was put out by James O'Keefe yesterday. And I wanted to share this with you guys because I think it's a very
I don't know why they're asking me. Here, I'm a citizen.
Very on point, I should say. On point. That's the word I was looking for. On point. Ronnie, welcome to chat, my brother. It's good to see you. Glad to have you in chat. Good to know you're okay. Thanks for texting me and letting me know you got my message. Miss you very much, brother. And God's going to give you the strength to beat all of this. I know He is. You're already using His medicine. That's His medicine, not my medicine. That's His medicine. He put that on this planet for that. So you're gonna kick the poop out of it. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. All right, let's get into this here. Whoop, nope, that's not the one. This is the one. Let me shift that up one, because after this gets done, then we're going to get into Lisa B, Machiavelli, and Space Shot. But first, we're going to catch this here. This comes from the O'Keefe Media Group here on YouTube, the YouTube side. So for those of you that are looking for, I don't know why that keeps popping up there. We don't need that little box there. Okay, thank you. There we go.
I don't know why they're asking me. Here, I'm a citizen.
Standing in front of the Ramada Inn Tucson Airport, a police officer told us to mind our own business.
What is this, a migrant place? What is it?
None of your business. Get going.
We see migrants, illegal immigrants standing near the rooms and told us not to go in.
What is this business over here?
It doesn't matter. You gotta go because the Pima County is coming with the sheriff.
What?
We're going in anyway.
They're supposed to have a sponsor. That means that they lied to be here in the first place, and that's what will get them in trouble.
We wanted to talk to someone about resources.
We put a hidden camera on a Mexican illegal immigrant whistleblower. Caesar also saw a sign for Las Palmas.
Quieren cobrar dinero por nosotros al gobierno.
Many subcontractors, many money grabs that get paid no matter what.
Listo para ser bebés americanos. Pero has notado que con mucha gente que se viene también son como pandilleros y...
Sí. Ahí me pusieron eso.
Oh, ok.
Acá solitas.
So, este ticket te lo dieron en Casalitas.
Sí, pregunta por el tatuaje, así que tienen, pero...
Sí, pero todavía hay muchos que se pasan.
Sí, hay varios.
The foundation, Catholic foundation right here.
Oh, Catholic Community Services?
They give to service to that, but the problem is they don't treat well to them.
Oh, they don't treat them well?
No. Sir, what is all this? Yes, you do have to tell me.
And finally, took off my homeless disguise.
He's got a thing and he's recording.
Yeah, it's called a microphone. What is your name and badge number?
My name's Mark, B795.
So anyways, hey, what's going on here?
I can tell by your tone you're probably not a fan of First Night. What is your name and badge?
My name is David Carter, badge number is 908.
Is that a bus filled with illegal immigrants behind you?
I'm not sure.
You know it's a bus. Don't lie to me. You know that's a...
Any other questions about
Yes. Do you? Why did you just lie to me that you're not sure what that is? Is that a bus filled with illegal immigrants? Look behind you.
Wherever you go.
Shadows been going around. And goddamn migrants in there. I want them rooms in the Mirada.
I'm falling for you. Whatever you do.
I just want to give everybody a chance to be able to read that. So, Keith Media Group infiltrates secret Casa Elitas Ramada Hotel in Tucson, converted into illegal immigrant compound, funded by Catholic Community Services of Tucson, enriching groups like Las Palmas. I hate that they put this music on here.
I mentioned last week it takes a lot of money to do this kind of work, and I wanted to thank the Wellness Company for being a great OMG supporter and for offering us a 15% discount on their medical emergency kit. Who knows what the crazies at the CDC are going to pull next? Be sure and get your medical emergency kit and 15% discount by going to twc.health/OMG. That's twc.health/OMG. And huge thanks again to our friends at the Wellness Company for supporting our work here at OMG.
Oklahoma. Yo.
The Tucson Police Department is heavily fortifying a Ramada on the corner of Palo Verde and Julian Drive in Tucson next to the airport. The location is secretly housing military-age illegal immigrants. Our team went undercover. I posed as a homeless vagrant drunk holding a 40 and scoped the perimeter.
I don't know why they're asking me about myself. I'm here. I'm a citizen. Ow.
I spoke to Officer Kristen Moritz. She told us that it's none of our business what goes on inside there.
You understand you're drinking?
No, ma'am.
No, now you got your bottle. I need you off this property.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Go there. Yes, ma'am.
You stay down there. Go about your business.
We'll just wrap it right here. What about this one?
How about what? Stay off.
Who are you?
I'm the Tucson Police Department. I'm a police officer.
What is this place? I want a room here.
You cannot stay here. They're full.
Why not?
They're full.
But they got them. What is it?
Zipper is undone too.
What is this, a migrant place? What is it?
None of your business. Get going.
Why ain't it my business? I'm a tax-paying citizen here.
Stay off this property.
Ma'am. Why ain't none of my business?
You're arguing and yelling with me. There's no purpose in me talking to you while you argue and yell.
Okay,
The point of talking to you is
I talk nicely, please.
go about your business.
Okay, may I ask again nicely? None of my business right there.
Security was acting truly bizarre, telling us to stay far away.
You got a light? No, keep going. What's wrong, brother? Property. What's that? You gotta keep going. What do you mean? You can't come here. Do you have a light? No, I said no. What is this business over here? It doesn't matter. You gotta go because the Pima County is coming with the sheriff.
And confirmed they were coordinating with the Pima County Sheriff to secure the perimeter of the hotel.
They're calling the cops?
No, Sheriff,
Why?
because I need to secure the building.
Why is that?
Perimeter,
Why is that?
because that's what we do.
Okay.
I'm recording you, by the way, too.
You're recording me. Why would you do that?
Because I got people coming in the bus and you need to leave.
As he said that, a bus filled with illegal immigrants rolled in every 15 minutes.
Why are people coming in the bus?
It's none of your business.
What is going on here? We got a bus with people?
Another journalist, Ashley St. Clair, posed as a private ministry ranch owner in Arizona and talked to the same security guard and police officer, Kristen Moritz.
Hi, we're from we have a local ministry ranch. We wanted to talk to someone about resources to help these folks.
This is just a holding place.
For Red Cross. So they
this
come
is
in.
Border Patrol right here coming in.
Once they leave through Border Patrol, what they're saying with Border Patrol is that they have a sponsor, somebody to go to, somebody to take care of them, so show up to their court date.
The officer told Ashley St. Clair that in order to be flown around the country, the illegal immigrants need a sponsor, but many of them lie about it.
So a lot of times what happens is they're supposed to, when they come across the border, they're supposed to have a sponsor. If they lie about that sponsor, if they're not giving the government, Border Patrol the truthful stuff, they shouldn't be over here because they're supposed to go.
Okay, so that Border Patrol would bring them here. I just don't want this.
Only if they didn't lie. If they don't have the resources, that means that they lied to be here in the first place, and that's what will get them in trouble.
But is Red Cross vetting them?
No, Red Cross ain't even involved anymore. They're
okay.
They were here last couple weeks ago.
yeah, but their contract's done.
The foundation, Catholic foundation right here.
Oh, Catholic Community Services?
They give to service to that, but the problem is they don't treat well to them.
Oh, they don't treat them well?
No, I went here from them.
Yeah.
They scared them.
It was clear to us at this point that we needed to somehow get inside this facility to explore what was really going on. We kept getting blocked from getting even close to it. YouTuber Nick Shirley even made a run for it before being screamed at, cursed at, badgered, and escorted away.
Oh my gosh, I just got about attacked out there. ¿De dónde son ustedes?
Los Mochis, México.
México. De México.
México. Bueno, está grabando.
Are you even supposed to be here?
What do you mean? I can't come look?
No,
Like-
this is private property right now. It's for immigrants.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave.
Well, then get the fuck out of here, though. We're gonna call the cops.
No,
Okay.
no, nos bajamos del camión y de que nos bajamos nos metimos.
Yeah, how are you going? What do you mean? What? I didn't do anything wrong.
Get the fuck out.
I am.
Get the fuck out.
What the heck? The worker just cussing me out. That was wild.
Standing in front of the Ramada Inn here. Ramada Inn, Tucson Airport. Police officer told us to mind our own business. We see migrants, illegal immigrants standing near the rooms and told us not to go in. We're going in anyway. In order to get inside the facility, we put a hidden camera on a Mexican illegal immigrant whistleblower in order to find out what exactly they were hiding inside the secret Ramada compound and who or what was behind it, who was paying for it, and why they were so hypervigilant in keeping all of that a secret. We will call the Mexican illegal immigrant Caesar.
¿Para qué esperan? ¿Para qué la línea?
Porque ya están en el boleto. Ya están en el boleto.
Oh, para el aeropuerto. Ah, ok. ¿A dónde vas tú?
Houston.
¿Para Houston? Ah, ok, bien. ¿Te lo compraron ellos o?
Buses take illegal immigrants to the airports, and the plane tickets are purchased by Casas Alitas, an organization we reported on last time. This was confirmed in Caesar's undercover footage. The illegal immigrants come from Casas Alitas on Drexel and come to this Ramada, where they are then flown throughout the country.
Ahí me pusieron eso.
Ah, ok.
Acá solitas.
Yo tengo que esperar ahí el camión ahí para que me lleve al aeropuerto.
So, este ticket te lo dieron en Casalitas.
Sí, voy saliendo ya, compadre.
Ya te vas.
Ya.
Con tiempo, amigo.
Sí.
No te va a pasar el avión.
Sí.
El avión son diferentes que los camiones y no estás ahí a la hora que es.
Así dice. Yo tengo que esperar ahí el camión ahí para que me lleve al aeropuerto.
So, este ticket te lo dieron en Casalitas.
Sí.
Oh, wow.
The migrants confirmed to Caesar that if the refugees cannot find a sponsor, the NGO, Catholic Community Services of Tucson, will pay for their ticket.
¿Y por qué aquí unos dicen que no, otros dicen que sí pagan el ticket aquí para irse uno? ¿Qué te han dicho a ti?
Familiar, un familiar que me va a recibir, él lo compra y envía la foto acá. Pero hay que aquí también te ayudan.
Pero aquí también ayudan con eso.
Cuando no tienes.
Cuando no tienes.
No hay. Por eso hay una persona que no familia, que no.
So we're here at Catholic Community Services of Southern Arizona at 268 West Adams Street. It's really the damnedest thing. There's unmarked cars here. It's locked up. There's security cameras. And this Catholic Community Services, they have all these blankets just everywhere with the Red Cross on the border, working with the Ramada, working with Alitas. This Catholic Community Services, very shady stuff, is at the heart and soul of this people-moving operation. Back inside the Ramada, the migrant confirmed the Mexican feds deported him twice.
Están diciendo que en México ahorita sí están parando gente y regresando, ¿verdad? Y te regresó los federales.
Llegando al bolsillo.
Caesar was discussing this because the Biden administration went to Mexico and struck a deal for Mexico actually to start deporting illegals so they don't reach the Texas border. While they were saying I was posing a threat just by walking around the perimeter of the hotel, Caesar confirmed within the facility that the United States was letting people with gang prison tattoos across the American border.
Pero has notado que con mucha gente que se viene también son como pandilleros, ¿verdad?
Sí. Pero aquí no hay mucho pedo con eso, ¿ah? Igual solo le preguntan por el tatuaje, así que tienen, pero...
Sí, pero todavía hay muchos que se pasan.
Sí, hay varios.
Caesar, while inside the compound, walked into a room where there were over 150 cots.
Man, what the
stuffed with illegal immigrants, all into the same room. The migrants told Caesar that these NGOs are all about the money.
Porque ¿qué te dijeron? Nada más podía estar que 2 días, un día, ¿qué te dijeron?
Sí. Mentira. Quieren cobrar dinero por nosotros al gobierno.
Ellos lo que les pagan, ellos les pagan.
¿Verdad?
Caesar also saw a sign for Las Palmas, which is a nursing home contracted to clean the hotel, do the laundry, and do breakfast and lunch. Again, many subcontractors, many money grabs that get paid no matter what.
¿Verdad?
One migrant told Caesar he's excited to get into the country so he can make American babies.
Anda, vamos, ¿te espera eso? Jesús, es lo que te espera. Listo para ser bebés americanos.
Outside, I was ready to ask the police and security for comment. Sir, what is all this? Yes, you do have to tell me. And finally, took off my homeless disguise. What are you going to do, sir?
He's got a thing and he's recording.
Yeah, it's called a microphone. Why are you so scared of us filming you, sir?
Because I don't trust you. I
What?
know what you're about.
Yeah, my name is James O'Keefe. I'm an investigative reporter. And why did you tell me that it's none of my business?
Because this is none of your business.
So we're standing here at the Ramada, Tucson Airport. I pretended to be a homeless vagrant, talked to the police officer. She told me it was none of my business.
I need you off this property.
What is this, a migrant place? What is it?
None of your business. Get going.
This guy told me it's none of my business. Scared to death of anybody filming. He said he's calling the sheriff, the Pima County Sheriff. They're calling the cops.
No, Sheriff.
So we're waiting for the sheriff to show up. And we're in trouble. We're in trouble, guys. The sheriff's coming.
Oh, that bad old putty cat. He never give up.
The sheriff's here. Here he comes. Pima County Sheriff. This woman here says they want to get us for trespassing. You want me to be locked up? Like with my hands behind my back? You think I give a shit about that? You don't know what I've been through. This guy, get a shot of him. So he's testifying against us right here. Here come the police. We'd love to be a fly on the wall. Here comes another one. They got backup on backup on backup here. Hi. Good. What's going on? What is your name and badge number?
My name's Mark, B795. So anyways, hey, what's going on here?
I can tell by your tone you're probably not a fan of the First Amendment. I think there's the feds are giving money to them, and it's public money, taxpayer money. We think it's a few $100 million. So we're doing an investigation, and we have a couple whistleblowers inside the facility, some sources that have come to us. And I will also get a copy of that body cam footage. So anything that you said to that gentleman, we're going to be publishing. All that conversation will be foyable. That's public information. You can file the public records request. So everything they're saying, you're going to hear. Okay, that's the great thing about the First Amendment. And we're going to tell them that we have someone on the inside of that facility filming, and we're going to try to get their comment. Okay, so we just spoke to the sheriff's office. Yeah.
So pretty much the people responsible for the property, property owners, they're just asking that you guys stay off the property. We got called here for disturbance. It just sounded like their main gripe was that you guys were on the property.
Were you speaking to that security guard?
Yeah, we spoke to a security guard, but we also spoke to a
What did he say to you?
Just that you guys were on the property.
Did he say anything else?
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole conversation. I'm not, just for the sake of time, I won't run you guys through that whole thing.
Are you wearing a body camera?
Yes, I am. Yeah, actually, I'm recording right now.
That'll go on YouTube. We're going to see everything that he said with you. And
All right, gotcha,
do you know what this facility is?
So I just want to catch you guys up on what I'm covering real quick first. So as the sheriff's department, we got called here. We had contact with the owners, right? They're asking that you guys be trespassed from this property. So all of that means is just that this property line, as long as you guys stay off of it.
Do you know what this place is, sir?
You guys want, I guess, tracking with what I'm saying? I just need to cover something.
I'm not going to go on that property.
Okay.
And there was literally a bus right behind the sheriff, and he's like, I don't know. There's a bus filled with illegal immigrants coming to a hotel.
Department, if you guys were to come back onto the property after we've instructed you guys that you guys are formally trespassed, it would be a criminal offense.
Are you just following orders? There was a bus filled with illegal immigrants driving right behind him. Sheriff acting like he doesn't know what's going on. I asked him if he's just following orders. Are you following orders?
We would have to arrest you guys, all right?
Historically, that doesn't work so well.
You guys don't do that for the night, all right?
What is your name and badge number?
My name is Debbie Carter. Badge number is 9080.
Is that a bus filled with illegal immigrants behind you?
I'm not sure.
You know it's a bus. Don't lie to me.
Right,
you
guys,
know
do you
that's
guys have any other questions about?
Yes. Why did you just lie to me that you're not sure what that is? Is that a bus filled with illegal immigrants?
Sir, I'm not on the bus.
Look behind you.
All right, guys. So we'll leave it at that.
There is a bus filled with illegal immigrants going to a hotel, and you know that that's happening. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, we got some guys from Guinea over here that have been kicked out. We don't know why, but we're trying to give them a camera so they can get inside the place. These illegal immigrant refugees from Guinea were apparently kicked out of the facility because they left the property. We examined their documents and spoke with them. There has been an outpouring of whistleblowers, Border Patrol agents, and sources contacting OMG. If you have information that we need to see, or if you want to wear a camera and infiltrate these institutions, contact us at tips.o'keefemediagroup.com or on our Signal phone number here, or send us a direct message. Stay tuned for next week when we head straight to the border in the middle of nowhere to go boldly where nobody has gone before and when shit hits the fan. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to drive up to this No Muertes place. Our undercover journalist is stuck on the inside. We're going to park our cars 50 yards away. Apparently there's some guys with guns inside this place, some shady dudes. And if you look at the distance, there's a light in the distance. That car is monitoring us. So there's some really shady stuff. So we're going to drive close. He's going to come out. And if he doesn't come out, then one of us is going to walk up to this gate and say that we need the individual to come out. That's it. That's what we're going to do. Let's go.
Yeah. So I kind of thought you guys would want to see that, you know, knowing that we covered stuff on the border this past weekend with Dave. You know, it's we're seeing many things, many things. We just got to keep looking and keep remembering and keep sharing. All right, up next, we got Hold the Line, Lisa B. Machiavelli, and Space Shot. Let's do this.
bottom line. When you ask folks, hey, if it's the general election and it's Trump versus Biden, in our poll, Donald Trump now leads Joe Biden by 5 points. Compare that to the last time we polled back in November. Trump was ahead then, but it was only by 2 points. It's even more significant when you look at it this way. Over time, we have been testing for 5 years now, going back to 2019, a Biden-Trump matchup. Remember, 2019, 2020, Joe Biden led. He led big in every single one of our polls. For the first time in November, Donald Trump polled ahead in our poll, and now at 5 points, this is the biggest lead NBC has ever had in 16 polls for Donald Trump over Joe Biden. And of course, undergirding all of this is this question of he is the incumbent, Joe Biden. We ask voters, what do you think of the job he's doing? And look at that, Kristen, 37% approve and now 60% disapprove. Let's just start with the bottom line. When you
Oh my goodness. Can you guys actually believe it? How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Wednesday, and we have Hold the Line, episode 100 for you wonderful world patriots out there, wonderful ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have Miss Lisa from across the pond and Mr. Mac. And wonder how are you guys feeling this week? There's so many crazy things going on. We're definitely going to touch on a bunch of them. But as Mr. Mac always insists, as such a gentleman that he is, we go with ladies first to say hello with Miss Lisa. How are you doing today, Lisa?
I just cleared my throat, and as usual, looking forward to the show. I'm going to keep it short. Hello, everybody, and let's go.
Mr. Mac, sir, good to see you as well, and hope you're comfy out there. Lots of interesting things. We got some ups and downs with some rulings on some cases, which we'll cover, but I'm pretty comfy. How about yourself, sir?
I'm pretty comfy as well. You know, this is playing out, and we've got to let it play out through this lawfare kind of ordeal. They're trying to attack our Constitution, but we'll get into all that later, as usual. Thanks for having us, Space Shot. Lisa, always a pleasure. Thank you to all that tune in, and thank you to the mods. So let's get going.
Absolutely. Let me make sure I'm unmuted from them. There we go. And yeah, so guys, this is the first one, you know, in their eyes, right? We got Meet the Press on MSNBC here, and they're actually coming out saying, oh, well, we've been tracking this, you know, without playing the whole thing here. You know, we've been tracking this for a couple of years now, since October 2019, and Biden's been crushing them the whole way. And, oh, well, finally now, oh, just crossed over back in November, you know, June, whatever. Biden is now losing to Trump in their polling. So that's actually quite something to be said, right? Did we ever think we were going to hear polls that CNN, MSNBC, these type of people were going to come out and actually admit that President Trump has been winning or is winning in the polling out there? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. I think it's pretty telling as well. But we know they're always going to have a curveball coming for us in one way, shape, or form, if not many of them. So let's see. I'm going to pop this last story up here, guys, on this, and then we'll get you guys' comments as well. So kind of going forward here, just the news there, I believe this is John Solomon's website here, basically says South Carolina boss expects Trump to have a 4-0 record after his state's primary and cautions Haley. Well, we know she's basically getting, you know, she's getting thrown through the ringer essentially. And actually, you know what? I'm going to bang this one out here too, guys, because I think there's some meat on the bones for you guys to also expose here. So the GOP boss is the chairman of the South Carolina Republican Party, right? And we know Miss Nikki Haley is all sorts of, that's her hometown, right? That's her area. If anywhere she should win, that would be it, you would think. But they're not looking like it anyways. So he said basically Trump's going to emerge with a 4-0 record to start the election season, and he's cautioning Nikki Haley she soon will have to weigh whether staying in the race will alienate voters. And I would contend that we're probably already at that point because she's acting all sorts of cringe over there on Saturday Night Live. It's just it's like a bad train wreck. So let's go with Mac first this time, then we'll switch it up every other time, of course. But anything on the polling, elections, or Nikki and Tricky Nikki? Remember that video that came out? Oh, I never said we should raise retirement age. I never said I loved Hillary Clinton. I never. Ding, ding, ding. Wrong, wrong, wrong. So she's just a wolf in sheep's clothing, essentially, right? But we see these things, and we're starting to see them way ahead of time now, which is really, really good. So what do you think on that one, Mac?
Yeah, I mean, Nikki also said that she wasn't going to run if President Trump ran. So, you know how Trump always says that he's a loyal person, and he looks at that highly. And she obviously showed she's not loyal, and she's essentially part of the deep state as she's getting funding from both rhinos, corporate, military industrial complex, and by the Democrats, who said they would have, I think half of her supporters would vote for Biden over herself. That got down to the presidency. So they would, obviously they're trying to run somebody that would, or they want someone to win in the primary, the Republican that doesn't have a chance over Biden. This is the uniparty that's being exposed, and they're trying their best.
Yeah, trying to throw the wedge through that little, and that's maybe what they want is the alienation, right, Lisa? I mean, they want people to try to get votes, and they were even doing crazy things like letting these people vote in a Republican primary, like they were trying to give her every advantage. And even with such, I think we discussed it last week or the week before, Trump still crushed her in New Hampshire, right? And it's like, oh, it was really close. Was it really, though, when you take all of that into account?
They used the excuse that it was really close based on the results of a town that I think had 6 or 10 people. So I thought that was funny because they said, "Oh, she won this town," and it's like, how many people are there? It's like 6 or 10 people. So I never had any chance, I don't think, from the beginning. I think she was a kind of operating on a wing and a prayer, and like Max says, she was probably an implant, let's say, from the deep state, the opposition. Try as they might, the mighty Trump is still mighty.
Oh, he is definitely mighty. And as we're gonna see here, we got some good news and some bad news. And actually, I'm gonna pose to you guys. Just remember when I said this, when I talk about this later, even the bad news for us, I think, is good news for us. So that's how things are kind of rolling out here. Before I get off of like the election stuff and whatnot, I wanted to make sure we hit this one because I thought, what do we have? President Trump meeting with somebody the other day. Wait, that was the wrong one. Somebody the other day. And we were talking about possibly, I don't know, getting different management over there at the GOP. So I said, why, yes, please do step down, Rana. Maybe now we can get some real support behind President Trump, 45. So the CNN Politics is talking about RNC Chair McDaniel has offered to step down following South Carolina primary. She's offered to do so, guys. Can you believe that? Hey, I'm going to put my offer in. Republican National Committee Chairman Ronna McDaniel offered to leave her position following the South Carolina primary later this month to allow former President Donald Trump to install his own party chair, 2 party advisors told CNN. She has also discussed those plans with Trump, according to a person familiar. To a person familiar. Great editing there, CNN. RNC spokesperson Keith Schipper told CNN in a statement Tuesday night that nothing has changed. This will be decided after South Carolina. The New York Times was the first to report on McDaniel's future. So interesting, right, that he had met, right? CNN reported earlier Tuesday that North Carolina Republican Party Chairman Michael Whatley and South Carolina Republican Party Chairman Drew McKissick are among the names being floated by Trump's team, according to 2 sources with knowledge of internal discussions. Whatley, who serves as general counsel of the RNC, has a strong relationship with Trump. Even so, the former president could not unilaterally install him. While Trump can give his endorsement, which would strengthen a contender's chance, only RNC committee members can elect McDaniel's replacement as chair. McKissick and Whatley did not return requests for comment to CNN. And I don't think I would either, right? So Miss Lisa, this is good, right? But it seems like President Trump, whoever he pushed forward has a better chance of getting it. But are these, committee people that are in this RNC going to put another rhino in there? And to be honest with you, I don't know. I'd like to hear your guys' opinion as well, but I don't think it's even going to matter. I mean, he's not gotten any support from these people. And I don't know how much he got in, 2015 and 2016, but he certainly since 2020 has gotten, basically like a can. He was getting kicked up the road. So they're definitely not doing anything good for him. But what do you think about that, Miss Lisa?
I don't know if I believe the names that they put there, although those people like Drew McKissick, being the Republican Party chairman, it does actually exist. But, until Trump says, I'm thinking of this person or that person, I'm kind of leaving the door open for who it might be, because they keep making these quotes from unknown sources, and I reckon that's a really good way to pad out a story, because didn't Trump truth about kind of changing the management or something like that more recently, but he didn't mention any names, so we'll see.
Yes. Yeah, he absolutely did. And I don't think it's a coincidence either, too, Mac, right? Like the fact that he met with her and then now she's offering to step down. I think that's cute. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I just forwarded in on February 5th, which was 2 days ago, President Trump truthed out and Ronna McDaniel's in there. I just want a quick reminder that Ronna McDaniel is also Mittens Romney's niece. So that's a direct correlation to what you would call the Rhino state. McKissick also has been kind of hinted at by several people and how he's possibly a Rhino. So, and I agree with Lisa, and I think you agreed as well. We got to wait to see what President Trump decides and recommends, because, the fake news media, no matter what side of the aisle it is, always are trying to make exception or make it predictions. I mean, they're trying to predict, who Trump's going to pick for his VP candidate, and that keeps blowing up in their face. So everyone gets their hopes up, and it's like they're playing an experiment to try to encapsulate a certain percentage of the American people in order to push this agenda, like they have with like Nikki Haley or RFK Jr. and other people. And it's just completely obvious at this point that when they throw this information out, it's like a feeler. It's like a poll for them, and see how people respond. So definitely, like Lisa said, wait to see what Trump says.
And now you make a good point too about the feelers, because I think that's 100% correct. I think they do that a lot, right? Like I think they were even floating like the whole Patrick Byrne thing was floating the whole, making a statement of General Flynn being president. This was, obviously a couple of years ago, but that's, people do that in different areas. They'll say, make a statement and see like, hey, how do people respond to that? Oh, well, hey, they seem to really like that. So, maybe we'll go forward with this. But here's the truth that Mac had forwarded, and it says, things are looking great in the presidential race of 24 against crooked Joe Biden. We have leads, in many cases substantial, in virtually every head-to-head poll. The primary seems to be over, but I'll be going to South Carolina next week to finish off a very unpopular candidate. To finish her off. You got to love his words, right? On Thursday, I'm heading to Nevada for the Nevada caucus, where there are 26 delegates. Hopefully, we'll get most of them. In my successful run in 2016, the state of Michigan really came through. First time in decades that it was won by a Republican, and it was headed up by my friend, Ronna McDaniel. Ron is now head of the RNC, and I'll be making a decision the day after the South Carolina primary as to my recommendations for RNC growth. She's my friend. My friend. Oh, you gotta love it. Why do I get the feeling that's a little tongue-in-cheek right there, right? I wonder if that meeting was vicious. Yeah. You gotta, I mean, and then like you say, the coincidences, no coincidences, right? The timing on everything.
And Lisa's always said that like Trump is now become a politician. So Lisa, what's your take on how a lot of these President Trump truths go? I endorse and so forth. Do you have any opinion on that?
I think President Trump has a lot of fun. I don't think that the media understand his humor or his kind of cryptic messaging. I don't think they understand it at all. So the way that he used who was it? Mixing up Nancy Pelosi with somebody else. And the point he was trying to get across was like, well, you know, you haven't reported on who was in charge of January the 6th. So I'll do something where you yourselves, as in the media, you know, you actually put out the truth. And they put out the truth to try and correct what he said. I'm absolutely sure he's aware of it. He's an expert at using the media. And if you notice, it's like a lot of stories that we're seeing and people are using President Trump to get the column inches, you know. So even Nikki Haley, DeSantis, you know, using President Trump's policies and stuff like that. Nikki Haley using the fact that she was in the Trump administration and stuff. And then just general stories, you know, they have to. It's funny because instead of leaving Trump out, they've got to include him these days. It feels like it anyway, you know? It's kind of not a story unless President Trump's in there, you know?
How is President?
They're trying to connect him to everything, even the problems at the border. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I think spot on with the he's legendary, and honestly, you know, he's pulled a lot of really funny moves, and oh, this guy's an idiot, he doesn't know how to spell this, like what's this Kofifi stuff and all these other things that he does, right? But out of all of them, like that's one of my top 3. I think I loved that. Hey, you know, Nikki Haley, she's in charge of this January 6th, and everybody's out the next day. Look at this idiot. Everybody knows Nancy Pelosi's in control of the security that day. It's like, aha. Like they just don't get it, right? Like they don't even see the setup. They're just so willing to jump on his quote mistake and then come out there, but they don't see the repercussions for it, apparently.
How many editors are so bad about that?
It's just horrible. And let's see. I think we're gonna drop this one in here, Mac. Let's take a listen. 27 seconds. Boom.
President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you,
Why-
sir.
what is
We're
the
going to go.
rabbit hole?
Go ahead.
He said
go
he
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead.
in-
You saw the president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan. I'll just leave it there.
Dude, I can't. You seen him in South Carolina acting like a complete doofus? You heard him mumbling in Idaho. You heard him talking incoherently in DC. It's like, so what is the point you're getting to here? Yeah, we've seen him. Oh, believe me, we've seen him and what he's been doing. It is hysterical. But actually, I got a funny to go with that one. Let me get this one off the screen. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. But I
Great, while you're looking at that, and it goes along with what we covered last week with when he said that President Trump was the sitting president. So it's like they're just wheeling him along to these locations like he's like, you know, a geriatric. He can't do anything. It's I don't know if you could go down that rabbit hole.
So here it is right here. Let me pop it up on the screen for you. So Raheem Kassam posts out, Joe Biden says he's recently met with Mitterrand in Germany. All right. Well, Mitterrand was the French president between 1981 and 1995, and he died in 1996. But hey, Joe Biden met with him recently. Let's see.
You know, right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. And it was in south of England. And I sat down and I said, "America's back." And Mitterrand from from France looked at me and said, "You know, how long are you back for?"
Oh my goodness. The lights are on, ladies and gentlemen, but there is absolutely nobody home. And you know, we kind of joke about elder abuse, but at this point it's getting a little disgusting. I mean, it's getting bad. But here's, you ready for the funny? I mean, Babylon Bee, Biden touts productive climate change meeting with French leader Napoleon Bonaparte. I mean, what's next? I mean, really, he's gonna be like, you know, I had a meeting with Noah. He was helping them build the ark back then. You know, put 2 of every animal in the build. You know, come on. This guy is just completely toast. But that's par for the course. I mean, I don't know that's even getting any worse. It's just every one of his conversations is just completely muttered and just incoherent, literally. Lisa, anything you want to add to Mr. Biden's misery here?
Just that not many people, like the media, they're not really covering it, are they? I think the silence is deafening, really. If that makes sense. Just the fact that they're not really saying anything about it, and he is it's just obvious. He's I mean, I would be embarrassed if I was American right now. More than embarrassed if that was representing me.
And then, yeah, absolutely good points. And Mac too. Then it comes down to, right, like, what are we watching here? Are we watching? I'll pose my warning out here real quick. And anybody that's seen the end of the G.I. Joe movie, they basically hurry the president downstairs into the secret bunker, and he shuts the door and he turns around and he's looking at who? Himself. It's another guy with a mask on, an imposter, right? And then so you have to really consider the good and the bad of everything, right? Well, what's going on here? Is it like a CCP country that has like this guy captured, or is it the good guys that's exposing how ridiculous this guy is, right? And you would think, and Mac, this is me just thinking out loud here as we go, you would think if it was a foreign hostile country that was controlling our president, you would think they would not want to make him look as goofy as he's been looking, right? They wouldn't want him to look as bad because it just keeps raising eyebrows to like, what the hell is this guy doing, right? So I don't know if that makes any sense, but anything on that one, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I toss it back and forth all the time. And in that video, look at Joe Biden's chin and his ears. He's got like 2 testicles on his chin. No pun intended, but it looks a little different than what he used to. He's got the gobble neck. He really before never had it. If you look back in his old like debates against President Trump, he looks like Walter from Jeff Dunham. He's like so confused. And I believe that this is done to wake up the public, whether it's, if the deep state has any hint in the replacement of President Biden in these little clips, that would be really not good for them. So you kind of wonder how this guy is able to mumble through a presidency, and it's really just exposing how controlled past presidents have been and what's going on in the background. I mean, there's so much to cover on that with the money and the political, the lobbyists, the PACs, super PACs, and all that stuff. But just him talking, it's like he couldn't even teach elementary school to kids. That's how bad it is.
We're going to go through your ABCs today, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy, that would be a fun class to go through. Lisa, I thought I might have seen you mute up. If you unmute it, if you want to unmute and drop anything else in, go for it. I'll be attentive to watching for that. But I thought I saw her maybe mute up. But anyway, yeah, he's just completely gone. Oh, I'm muted to them. Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, no, I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
I put a video on the bottom of the chat so people can kind of, and kudos to the person that made this meme. But if you've ever seen Jeff Dunham, and just look at it's almost.
Oh goodness, yeah, we got to bring this one up. Walter Biden.
Donald Trump's campaign is obsessed with the past, not the future. He's willing to sacrifice our democracy, put himself in power.
That's a good one. He does. I mean, he really, and the other thing I was noticing too, which was, let's see, like maybe over here, if you go and look up at like the thicker Biden from like 2015, you see a slight, let me get it bigger here. I mean, you see a little bit of slight discoloration, but this whole side of his head right here had this like really discolored look to it. And it's a lot different coloration wise than it is now. And, a lot of things don't look right. Remember, we talked about the Joe Rogan one last week about, oh, well, he's got these 2 things that looks like his chin's melting off because he's got a tight, thing around his neck. And if he loosened it, that would go away. I don't think so. I mean, and you make a good point too, talking about his butt chin, because like that one video where these things were hanging really low, and then you see like last week or whatever, you don't really see it hanging as much as it is now, and then now it's different. And so this guy's face is always looking different, apparently. So yeah, that's always my concern, good or bad, guys.
And real quick, Lisa, you remember when his forehead was really like skin tight, and in this video right here, it seems not to be as so. There, it does seem like there's somebody wearing a mask, but there is another person that's playing him at times, and it's really weird. So it's up for debate, but definitely not the same person all the time, and might not be the actual real Joe Biden.
I would say for sure something stinks in
His
Saskatchewan.
signatures don't even match up.
Yeah, signatures don't look right. Nothing looks right. I mean, even the first day he signed 17 executive orders, right? And you remember that Nancy? He's like, I don't even know what I'm signing here. Just sign it. Just sign it. Excuse me? What the hell? President of the United States. All right, you guys ready for some more outrage? I can't believe this guy is doing this. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Well, here we go. Terrible on Twitter says, breaking, Tucker Carlson's 2-hour Vladimir Putin interview is scheduled to drop tomorrow evening at 6 Eastern on X. Raise your hand if you plan on tuning in. And I've seen some posts that are floated out there, and I don't know. I don't think it would be correct, but I don't know. Who knows? They're saying, oh, did Trump go there as well? I mean, that would be an interesting 3-way interview, but I've seen transcripts, and I don't know if they were legitimate or not, but we'll see if that comes to fruition as far as the accuracy of the transcripts. And if it is, basically he's saying, no, I'm not an enemy of the United States. I'm not even an enemy of Joe Biden. I'm an enemy of the people that are behind him. You know, the ones that stay there when all the presidents leave, those people. So I would take it as the senior executive service or the cabal are the people that he's talking about. So, you know, they're going so far as to this. Check this out. Juanita Broderick put this out and said, the piece of ish dictator Zelensky's put Tucker Carlson on a kill list for interviewing Putin. Biden has helped him with your tax dollars. So I guess if anybody can read Russian, I guess that's supposed to be a kill list. I don't know. But I don't know. Biden backs the list. Independent Ukrainian kill list actually run by Kiev, backed by Washington. And my buddy Ardak was saying that basically, I'll probably butcher it. He's saying basically the CIA is running Ukraine at this moment after Nuland went over there. So I wouldn't doubt it. I absolutely wouldn't doubt it. But what's the big, what's the big kerfuffle? We'll go with Lisa first this time. What's the big issue? They're making a big hooting and hollering about him interviewing Putin. And the way they, in my opinion anyways, the way I look at this is they make more of a what to do about it in their reaction of him even interviewing him. So the way I look at it, they're actually probably bringing more eyes to their interviews. Like, what are they so concerned about, you think, Lisa?
I think they're concerned with keeping up their Russia, and Russia's the big enemy and all of that kind of thing, and not really talking much about China instead. So using Russia as a deflection. But there's nothing wrong with him. He's interviewing a president of a country. And how many times does that happen? How many presidents get interviewed? There's no issue with it. They're just making a meal out of nothing. And then at the same time, questioning whether President Trump was with him. Obviously they're still on, let's link Trump with Russia in some way when they're the ones linked with Russia. But there's nothing wrong with it. I'll probably watch it myself. I'm always interested to listen to Vladimir Putin, what he's got to say.
Yeah, I was just glad it wasn't today because at first I heard it was 6 o'clock and I was like, oh, please tell me it's not right in the middle of Hold the Line. Because literally nobody on Twitter would be watching this right now or watching us. Not that we get a lot of views on Twitter or X anyway, but Mac, what do you think? I mean, they're so concerned about Tucker. I mean, is it because he's getting so many views too on X? And, if he comes out and he does indeed say what's in the transcript that, hey, I'm not an enemy of you guys, they don't want to hear that, right? They want to hear him say, I want to kill every American and, take over your land and I want it for myself. But I don't think he's going to say that, right?
Yeah, probably not. And I will, like Lisa said, I will be watching that interview as best I can, or a rerun of it whenever it comes out. You know, Tucker is playing a very strange role. Do you guys, Lisa or Spacia, do you know he's still getting paid by Fox News? Because he was when he got his show taken away, and now he's doing all this different stuff. So for me, that's one aspect. The other aspect is the fact he's able to get access to Vladimir Putin for an interview, because that to me is very interesting. It's very Trumpish in how to educate the people on something that's against the fake news media, because it's always been Russia, Russia, Russia from the very start with Trump. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. And there was a non-member of the EU Parliament that actually threatened sanctions on Tucker Carlson today, which is rather extreme. Like Lisa said, he's just interviewing a president. This has happened many times before. I remember when the fake news media went and interviewed terrorists and stuff. And there wasn't a big hubbub about that, but it definitely promoted the terrorist groups in a negative way, which sometimes negative marketing can result in positive results for those people being negatively marketed.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous, and people wonder too, right? We're in the midst of post 9/11, and what do we have? We have some CNN reporter makes his way through the caves and interviews Osama bin Laden, right? Where was the outrage on that? Oh, I can't believe this guy is interviewing Osama bin Laden, the guy who did this to our country. How can you let's sanction this guy? I mean, seriously, a country's gonna sanction Tucker Carlson like he's some country himself or a corporation or something like that? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he does probably own a corporation or two, but I mean, sanctions on a person for interviewing somebody, a little ridiculous. I'd say a lot ridiculous. All right, so let's see, where else we gonna go here? All right, so here's something I wanted to show you. I guess let's show you the loss first. Here's the loss of the day, which, remember, I said earlier, I think could be viewed as a win. So let's take a look, see here, and undo this for you fine ladies and gentlemen out there. So takeaways from the scathing appeals court ruling denying immunity to Donald Trump. Uh-oh. So today, a federal appeals court said yesterday, that Donald Trump is not immune from prosecution for alleged crimes he committed during his presidency, flatly rejecting Trump's arguments that he shouldn't have to go on trial on federal election subversion charges. In a striking 57 page unanimous opinion, the panel of 3 U.S. District DC judges wrote that the Justice Department allowed for a former president to face charges for actions he took while in office, and that the public interest in holding a potentially criminal president accountable outweighed any potential chilling effect on the presidency. We cannot accept that the office of the presidency places its former occupants above the law for all time thereafter, the opinion says. Former President Trump lacked any lawful discretionary authority to defy federal criminal law, and he is answerable in court for his conduct, the judges added. Trump has pledged to appeal and has Monday to ask the Supreme Court to temporarily block the ruling to delay his case again from heading to trial. It's not certain how long the Supreme Court could take to consider such a request or appeal, which would come as special counsel Jack Smith seeks to bring Trump to trial. An early March trial date has already been postponed. Here are the key takeaways from the decision. So, all right, well, let's see. I'm sure Mac or Lisa is going to pick out the plus where it looks like a negative. And who did I go to first last time? Miss Lisa. You can go here. Anything on this that you want to mention, and can you see any positives in this?
Positive is absolutely that they're confirming that a president can be charged. But I think there's some little nuances here, because I don't think a president can be charged for doing his job. So if there's a decision that people disagreed with, and he made that decision under his authority as the president, and it was a presidential kind of action, so to speak, I don't think there's anything that anybody can do. But then privately, if a president commits a crime, then they can be taken to court, is what they're saying. But if you apply that to Joe Biden now, he's absolutely bang to rights. And then if you apply it retrospectively, then you could go after Obama and also Clinton and the Bushes as well.
Absolutely, ding, 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 right? Because the whole thing, comes down to what did he do in office, Mac, right? And like, well, did he subvert the government? Did he perform an insert? And it's so laughable to even think, like, hey, I'm running Corporation A. I'm the president, CEO, the chairman of the board of Corporation A. You know what? I'm going to call up Lisa and Mac and see if they can help me get some people within the corporation to help take over this corporation. It's like, how do you as the president perform an insurrection against your own country, the country that you're running? It's like, no, I want to take over power of that country. It's like, no, you have the power. So it's just a laughable precedent, I think. And I think she nailed that one, Mac. Anything else you wanted to add to that or this as well, too? Because I don't think, did anybody, as of last night, I still didn't get any decent answers as to why this case was removed from court docket, and it's postponed indefinitely.
Before you get into
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, buddy. The floor is yours.
Yeah, the presidential immunity, and it's extremely important, like Lisa was describing, but there's also technicalities that probably need to be raised, I think, as Lisa was explaining. And so all these cases are being pushed to the Supreme Court now. So it goes to the appellate, appeals court, and then now it's going to be addressed by the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court needs to do their job. Now, if they do take away the presidential, the rights, whatever it is, I forget the name of it technically.
Immunity.
Pardon me? Immunity. Thank you. Yeah, and based on what the laws are now, you would totally take down the United States of America as we know it. Because then, like you're saying, Space Shot, the corporations can get behind and just sue the crap out of the president all the time, try to get him arrested or put in jail. So this is another angle at which the deep state is trying to take out, our country. I do believe Lisa, and if you want to explain your viewpoints on this, that'd be great if you haven't already kind of gone into depth on it. But and I think you kind of touched on it. So, we got to look at this as, are we going to survive as a country, as a republic, United States of America, lowercase, based on these attacks, legal system in each state? And we know that there have been implanted attorney generals and judges by George Soros and the likes that are not for us. They're uniparty globalists, Marxists, and so forth. So, Lisa, you mind explaining it if you haven't already?
Well, there's to explain, Mike. I made the point about the president, the immunity, and the difference between him being a private citizen. No, I think you've done it. I think I'll leave it there.
I think I can merge your guys' two steps together. I think what Mac was maybe going for was like the fact that, like you said, the presidential immunity that they enjoy, right? These people can be charged later on if they've done crimes in office, right? But the president also has has a duty, right? And he's mentioned this numerous times, right? I am the ultimate law enforcement, the top law enforcement in the United States. That's him, right? It's up to him to make sure that these elections are safe. I mean, if you can show me, if anybody out there can show me, because barring January 6th, that's basically their go-to. He did an insurrection. He did this, that. Well, he was saying to people he didn't think he lost the election. Is that a crime? No, because they've said it numerous times. It's when you start bringing in illegal things and doing things knowingly against the Constitution, knowingly illegal, like they do all the time, right? That's when you run into problems. But if he's doing things straight up like, hey, I really lost this election. I think I lost this election. I'm going to try to appeal it, A, B, C, and follow the rules. And he has very good lawyers that know the Constitution in and out, and they followed it to the letter. Now, had he gone and done things illegally and tried to like scam things and go to a FISA court and get this guy done and this guy, he would be nailed 6 ways from Sunday. As we know, they tried to do it anyways when he did nothing from the whole Crossfire Hurricane deal. So I think it comes down to, is he really doing things in the best interest of the country, or is this guy out there, doing crimes just to keep himself in power? Which we know, the former is the truth, that he was doing things by the book. Mac.
Real quick, Stay Shot, if you don't mind. So if anyone was to challenge and say, hey, this election was rigged, the Democrats did it in 2016, if you don't remember. They're not getting persecuted, prosecuted, and fed with a ton of lawsuits against them. Now they're attacking President Trump, and that's his First Amendment right to say that, no matter what, as a citizen of the United States. Instead of, it's not just being like a president, but at the same time.
Interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light, as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's young son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that a person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history we are. The Polish oppression of Ukraine.
It was in the 13th century.
Вот, в 13 веке. Это было в 13 веке. Значит, и...
Now I will tell you what happened later
И назову даты, чтобы не было путаницы.
and give the dates so that there is no confusion.
В 1600...
And in 1654, even a bit earlier,
чуть раньше даже, люди, которые контролировали власть,
the people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands
чтобы присылали.
What's up? Hello.
They shut down your stream.
Did they now?
Yeah. Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations.
Hmm. Well, let me know if it comes back up. Let's see here.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Yeah.
I wonder what they got pissed off about now.
You don't get to do this, Mr. YouTube.
It's not funny, but you know, leave it to fucking YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know we're still live on the Facebook side, I think. Let's see. Let me check real quick and see if we're still live on Facebook. Yeah, it seems kind of funny that that's happening.
The NBC show just got taken down.
Yeah.
And you're back. It's kind of funny that that's happening. You're back.
Yeah. So YouTube, it appears that you don't like people playing. Yeah, I can't have that coming back through my microphone like that. All right.
Hold on. There we
go. Explain to me this policy violation, YouTube. Explain it to me. Explain to me this policy violation, YouTube. Explain it to me. Explain to me this policy violation, YouTube. Explain it to me. Explain to me this policy violation. It's on fucking loop, YouTube. Explain it to me. Explain to me this policy. Well, we're going to get back into it. Can everybody hear me?
Do what now?
Okay, so I'm back up, I guess. I'm not.
That's why it's looping.
Really now?
Yep. Let me restart here.
Let's see.
Let's see. I'm gonna put you on mute for a minute.
Yep. Content. Go to my live. Here we go. My live.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're back up.
Here we go. Am I live? Well, guys, do we continue? Do we continue? Because I don't remember anything ever being put up on YouTube that said that playing a Tucker Carlson interview was going to get us taken down. And YouTube, I'm letting you know right now that, you know, this is grounds for censorship, illegal censorship, and a violation of my First Amendment rights. It's called fair use for news. You don't like it? Kiss my ass, okay? Because you're not the boss of me. It's that simple.
Yeah, you didn't write the laws, you just follow them.
That's right. I didn't write the laws. I just follow them. Let's continue.
Addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed.
Okay.
Select the destination for it to go to.
Yeah, Facebook people hang out. YouTube's gone again. So the option for you guys is going to be to either go to Facebook or to X. So yeah, I got the video paused right now. That's why you're not why you're not seeing any video change right now. I got it paused right now. It's basically not going and allow these people to censor me. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. Yeah. Let's see if I'm back again. All right, guys. So we only got we have two options. Either we drop YouTube and go to X, or you go to Facebook, one or the other. And I'm going to keep playing it because, I mean, at this point here, I think that the information is way too important. So if somebody could drop the link for the Facebook stream, and I'm going to edit and add X in, or go to Dave Snedeker on Twitter, one or the other.
On Twitter, people that follow him.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's the only option we got, guys. You know, I understand you don't like Facebook. I understand you don't like X. But the fact of the matter is if you want to see this interview, it's a choice of me losing the channel, okay, and having to fight to build another one, or we make advances or we just don't play the damn interview. I mean, that's the only options that I got. So the choice is yours. You guys tell me.
signal me and let me know which one.
Yeah.
And I'll be there regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. Facebook's fine. Yeah, Facebook isn't censoring it at all. So
that's surprising.
Yeah. Yeah. So Facebook isn't censoring it and X isn't censoring it. So those are basically our two options. I don't know. See, I could run it to Rumble, but Dave would have to go and get a new channel thing and key thing in order to be able to run it onto there. But yeah, that's pretty much my only option. What I have no idea what else to do. It's not against the policy unless they change the policy in the middle of the fucking night last night. That'd be about the only way that it would be against their policy. Okay. So basically what they've done is outright censorship, and they're kicking people or deplatforming people all across this. This is BS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not just you. I think they're going to label it as Russian disinformation. Is what I'm going to label it as.
Yeah, Facebook isn't censoring it. It's still live on Facebook. We're still live on Facebook. So I think. Let me double check. Facebook people, we were fine over there, correct? We weren't having any problems. I'm just waiting to get a yes from, yeah, we're 5x5 on the Facebook side. Yep. So we're good there. And I'll add Dave's X. So if somebody wants to drop Dave's Twitter on there, then we will go ahead and add X and go back to being live on those two. And I'm going to drop the Facebook side or the YouTube side. It's yeah, but with those two down. So those of you that are just now joining us on X, what has happened is that YouTube has decided to shut down any YouTube channels playing this interview. And we're not standing for it. So we're going to go ahead and get the links dropped for Dave Snedeker on Twitter. And the thing is you don't have to sign up for Twitter or anything to see it. All you have to do is if we get the actual direct link for the cast onto Twitter and we drop that, then all you have to do is click that. You don't have to join Twitter or anything like that. And go from there. So if somebody could actually grab the link for well, actually here, just let me go ahead and pull it up here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, they can still, yeah, they'll still be able to listen to it though. Okay. So I got the direct link here for the, here it is right here for the Dave Snedeker X. If you click that, it's going to bring you straight to the live podcast there. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and drop YouTube for the time being, and we're going ahead with this with this that link right there that I just dropped there is where you will find us. And I just put it in there. All right, folks. I'm dropping YouTube right now, and we're going ahead. We're playing this. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. It's no. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go, folks. All right. YouTube guys that don't want to follow, I'll catch you guys later. Maybe I'll come back on later and do another one later, but I'm not going to let them stop me. Sorry. I just can't do it. All right. Peace.